Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は188日目です。It is day 188. Sorry, I have a bit of a nosebleed right now. Okay. Alright. So, we're one day after our second lesson day, right? Our second big day of level 18. And pretty sure now all 64 of these is from our previous one. Hey, hello there, Bree. Hello, hello. I am well today. My family had a visitor from Hong Kong, or at least I think she's staying in Hong Kong, and had to take care of a bunch of things. But overall, here I am. I have a bit of a nosebleed right now. Don't mind me. How are you? How was your day so far? I have an interesting story from today. So this person, it's related to language, so I'll share this. So this person uses, so it's not a very unknown secret, but I think it's safe to say that in general, the Chinese population tend to be very infatuated with the Apple ecosystem. So they, have their iPads and their iPhones. My mother actually has an iPhone. So this person is like the communique or the friend whenever my mother travels, like overseas to Hong Kong. This would be the friend that takes care of most of the things. She is bilingual, right? She can speak English, and they've been a long time friend. So they happen to be visiting today. I am unaware of these things. I get up, in the middle of the day because my sleep schedule is completely shifted, and then I see the guests in the living room. So she wanted to arrange things in order. This is dealing with finances as well, because my parents are not new age financiers as well. So she talked to my mother about, oh yeah, you should visit more often. So they were talking about like frequent flyer miles, or like it's got sign up bonuses for credits, credit cards, and then traveling credit cards, and how you get like bonuses for spending. It's kind of a churning process, and I'm really well aware of this. Now, where does the language learning part comes in? Well, it turns out that the first time recently, like in the beginning of this year, my mother traveled, and I arranged most of the itinerary, but I didn't go with her, right? So we were communicating, and I was the middleman for my mother communication with this lady. But the problem is they don't have direct communication with each other, and it has to do with the Apple ecosystem and emails from a different system, but also in a different localization country situation. So my mother has a Chinese interfaced iPhone, right? You can change the iPhone to Zhongwen, which is in Mandarin, and I think they use simplified Chinese. So this person came and they were like, "Oh, I can't email your mother's. Like, what is your mother's email and stuff?" It's like, well, there should be a default email for Apple. It's called the iCloud, right? Or it has an iCloud handle on it. And she demonstrated in real time where she looked at her iPhone, sent a message, and tried to send it to my mother, and the phone is right next to each other. It's like, it's not going through. So I'm like, okay, well, but she was trying to explain it to me in English, what she wants me to do for my mother's iPhone so that they can communicate with each other. So she was describing these things. I'm like, okay, all right. And it's kind of humorous because I think there's still a bit of translation that they're doing, or it could be technology things. This is what happens, and this is how I feel when other people use tools but not understand necessarily out of habit Not that they have to, but what happens when you use a device that is incredibly streamlined to the point where when there is a hiccup, it's very difficult to explain the problem or the thing they want another person to do, right? So she was trying to explain, oh yeah, I want your mother to get the bonus points and stuff. It's like, yeah, I know how to do all of that, but what is it that you want me to do in this situation? And they were describing, oh, just give me, I need a email address of your mother's site. You have the email address. Like, well, let me show you. Like, I send this and it doesn't get to your mother's email, right? Like, so something about whatever the Apple device's email address does not receive the email from this person's user. And it was soon identified that she has linked a third-party email address. Someone set it up for her to set up a third-party email address, a Yahoo account, to the Mail app of her iPhone. So it was not an Apple email, the baked-in Apple email address, and somehow that creates a problem. So instead, I described, it's like, so what if I created a Google account, link that to the app, the Mail app on my mother's phone, and then you use the Google account designation to mail to my mother's iPhone, so that then it is a Yahoo account interacting with a Google account in which both mail apps are managing their respective emails. And then it worked. Why is that the case? This is what happens when you have closed ecosystems, proprietaries, regional differences, and also when you're expressing someone. Like, I was standing there for like 30 minutes. I was thinking, okay, I see a simple solution. I got to make sure I know what she wants me to do, because now I can handle my mom's inbox, my mother's inbox, because I am the controller as well on a third-party email account, which is linked to my mother's phone's mail app. And now I can like help her sort out her mail and stuff. I am the middleman. So now we have a form of communication where I can also communicate through that email between them two while they are sending things. So when that friend says things like, oh, I need you to arrange this, because my mother doesn't have the English in order to arrange complicated things. Like, how do I explain? I could kind of explain in brief terms what a startup bonus is and what the grace period is, but that involves reading buying text. Is she eligible for startups? And later I can set up a credit card that deals with a frequent mile, have her validate it while her friend wants to tell her about deals about traveling. Now here's the one thing that deals with Japanese/Chinese kind of thing. My mother's phone is in Mandarin, right? And I only know in sufficient Mandarin. So here's an application that I feel I'm not entirely sure people engage in when they do language learning. My mother, the iPhone, has lots of terms that I don't know how to read. As in, like, I don't know the exact words that they're going for. But I know enough words that in that context, I know what I'm looking for to find the positional awareness and the icon and match it up and reconfirm it with the characters that I already know. So that's what I did. I looked at it, I'm like, okay. I look at it, that's a settings icon, and it looks like the word for settings. I click on settings, I scroll through, it's like, that looks like the mail icon, and next to it is the word mail. I click on it, and I'm like, okay. So Google doesn't have an English name, right? I mean, a Chinese name. So there has to be a Google account or a Google, like, a Google icon or logo. I find that, and I sync a new Gmail account that I made to her phone while knowing broken, simple Chinese, right? Because all the stuff are very particular words, and they're not like necessarily common day words a lot of times. The kicker here is, how am I more successful or more likely to be able to do this when there's someone else who uses an iPhone every single day and they're bilingual, potentially in the language that the phone is in? You see what I mean? Like, this is where you get into that field where you can use a device and a tool. I'm saying that you don't have to do this. The nice thing is you have other people to do this, right? I am available. So that is why it's nice to have other people around. But the thought came to my mind is, what happened? Like, how can someone use a device as a daily driver who also has execution of both like the related languages necessary to create the task, and yet the person who has the least amount of it, the least experience when it comes to an iPhone ecosystem and the language itself would be able to do it in like 5 minutes? Now, that is something of priority, right? My mother and her friend, our family friend, they have other things they focus on. So that's kind of a way to illustrate that sometimes convenience can be very, very difficult to explain and do. Despite not having a lot of knowledge, having problem solving skills and critical thinking skills can elevate the knowledge you have. So despite having limited knowledge and limited experience, like literal experience, you can translate and transcribe a lot of your abilities laterally, right? Or yes, laterally. So I don't use an iPhone. I have actually, if I think about it, I don't think I've ever used an iPhone. Like, I have not owned an iPhone device in my entire life, right? I have an Android device, I have a Pixel, and the idea is, well, I know that modern app design or modern phone devices are similar. So I use that context in order to be able to navigate the iPhone when I couldn't even read more than 50% of the iPhone in a different language from my primary language. And what I was able to do was I was able to create a device, sync the device to a third-party account, and double troubleshoot receiving emails from different destinations, like different senders, without complete comprehension of the language, nor comprehension of the ecosystem at all. And that is my typical day. Like, whenever my parents approach me with a problem, it would be like they would understand like 30% of what they want to do, but they would be able to explain like 60 to 70% of what they want me to do, or what they think the thing is, and then I spend the other time figuring out that they only understand 30% of the situation, but I fill in 70% of it using a combination of English and Fujianese. They actually, our friend is from Hong Kong. They actually speak Cantonese. So in the living room and stuff, they're speaking Cantonese. Um, and my thought was she probably reads Cantonese, but even Cantonese is legible between Mandarin and Cantonese. So sure, there's like some things, but on an app, like on an iPhone, those words are not dramatically different. Like when you're reading Cantonese, like because it's more about the structure. In my opinion, like when I'm listening to them, it's hard for me nowadays to distinguish uh, various words, but certain words, when written, are very legible. Then yeah, that's what my day was like today. And then I went out for a jog. And I came back, and that's it. That's my day. It's fascinating. Now, it's not important to her, right? Obviously, my mother and her family friends, they're over 60. They're enjoying life. I hope they're trying to enjoy life. So knowing these technicalities, I personally don't hold them responsible. But now let's think about all the things I've talked about since I started language learning with younger people, right? People who are in their 20s, or like 16-year-olds who are about to consider what they're going to do in the future. And what I hear is they do a various number of activities. And when I ask them about how they're doing it, why they're doing it, it comes off as I just do it because something says so. And I'm like, okay, do you know why it says so? Do you know how it says so? Does it sound accurate to you? And my first thought, and the thing is like, well, they don't know. It's like, because that's the right answer. That's their source. And my first thought was, well, do you ever question if the source that you're using either limits your experience or your wisdom or your potential for learning experience, or the idea that you could have a differing evaluation on something when you interact with another person, thing, or source, right? Another source. Nowadays, I like to think that in the future, there might be multiple like assistants, multiple tools, because I genuinely believed that when there used to be competition, people intuitively, consumers intuitively become interested in how the thing works, right? We live in an age that information and the way people interact with information and tools are monopolized. And that monopolizing thing leads to can create hyperpolarized behavior. And due to that, they can limit their experience entirely, or the inquisitive nature of people wanting to see how it differs. And in order for things to differ, when you compare and contrast, like, oh, is this method better than this method? You have to use both the methods. And then when you use both of the methods, they have to be considered as competitive products. And competitive in the manner that it challenges the person to compare and contrast. But nowadays, when someone says something is better than another thing, I can't wholeheartedly determine if they mean that's because someone said so, that's because someone convinced you that it is true, and you are operating on placebo, and then that convenience doesn't lead to a transformative and or translational critical thinking process, right? Like, for example, when someone sees two products, product A and product B, and someone says, oh, product A is better than product B. Now, the question I want to typically ask a person is like, okay, so what does product A do? What does product B do, right? They have to determine what both things can do and what it can't do prior to comparing them, right? And oftentimes, there's a loss of information already from that start. They will say what product A does, and they won't remember what product B does. But they will definitely remember what product B doesn't do and what product A, and don't remember what, or try to think of what product A does not do. And that is one of the first aspects of, are you learning something from doing the task, or are you using the task to learn something? And language learning, the thing that I stand behind when it comes to language learning is it forces one to learn how to use that information. But I have become humbled, and I had an incredibly sobering year and a half of interacting with language learners, that I realized that no, even app design was able to make it so that people learn the information. They don't learn how the information is obtained, why the information is obtained, and also what you could use that method to do. The reason why I say this now in front of WaniKani, while I'm doing WaniKani and HanziHero, is if you don't understand how the device is working, you're not comparing the apps, you're comparing the results. Japanese is still Japanese in the end of the day. And when someone says, oh, this device teaches you 2000 kanji and that device teaches you 1000 kanji, this is better because it has more kanji, that is not evaluating the app. The app's that's content. The app design itself to give you that information is independent of its threshold of the results, because it is a learning app. Now, you could say a game is better than another game because this game has more content than the other game. And then we are talking about things that people can process. I'm not saying these people do not understand the difference. It's that learning apps get treated differently than games. When you ask someone, hey, which game do you like better, A or B? And they're like, oh, A just feels better. Like when you're playing, it gets you like that visceral feeling. I like the action and stuff. This is a turn-based game. I don't like the waiting. It feels, they're describing the process. So the games themselves, what is in the game, is the main focus. To me, I do the opposite, actually. Because when game mechanics come into play, they are rudimentarily iterations of each other. So what's most interesting to me is actually the content, because the content is some arbitrary projection of the developer, and the developer constantly changes. So that's interesting. The mechanics, not so much. Mechanics have foundations and things like that, right? And those are the things that I'm evaluating in the learning apps for WaniKani and HanziHero. So yesterday, I think Jazz said like he would write his own mnemonics, right? He would do it all on his own. And I'm like, yeah, that's great. Don't use an app that provides mnemonics for you, because you're not interested in the understanding the process of the language learning app. So when someone says, I suck at sentences, right? And they hate Duolingo for making you repeat sentences. That is hating the results, or not liking fast results. It's not evaluating what it literally is doing. It's literally making you repeat the same sentences with different words over and over again. What is that drill for? It's for sentences. So when you evaluate, oh, but Duolingo doesn't have paragraphs, like that's very good. It usually doesn't have paragraphs. Like what Like, what does that do to the evaluation of the process? Well, if you say it's something that it doesn't have, and you're saying you're looking for that, then you're looking for the results of something it doesn't have, right? And then you go find something that has paragraphs, and then suddenly you're saying this thing is better in its app design because it includes paragraphs versus one that doesn't have paragraphs. That's not part of the app design. Unless they literally say, oh, silly me, Japanese have paragraphs. Dang it. We forgot to include paragraphs. Maybe we should include that next time. That would be a critical thinking skill that would be involved in doing the comparison. Did Duolingo forget to include paragraphs? The answer is probably no. They have a difference in design philosophy, right? Unless you truly believe that there are people who make language learning apps, who people, they have bilingual people as well, decided that, oh yeah, Japanese don't write in paragraphs, they only write in sentences, right? And that's kind of where I'm coming from this. Now, when someone says this is designed poorly, you know, the app is designed poorly, and the first thing that comes out of their mouth is like a 3 or 4 list of items that should be there based on their own opinions and experience, you have to start by demonstrating you understand what the intended design is first, right? You have to know what you're talking about first. Like, if you say, oh, this is bad because it doesn't have your favorite mechanic in the game, what are the mechanics in the game? Do you even know? Do you know, like, if you like it or not? Is it the very reason that you do not have they do not have the thing you want, does that prevent you from learning what is there? If you don't learn what is there, what are you comparing it to? That, in my opinion, is related to my experience that I had today, where I had zero experience with what this person wants me to do. I didn't set up the online account or email account on an iPhone. I had no idea where I even stashed it. And yes, it is not in the same place as the Pixel phone. Like, Android devices are laid out way different. In fact, my Android device isn't even laid out in the default setting. So, and in Apple, my mother has an older iPhone, which I need to consider this year updating for her. Right? She needs a earlier. I think iPhone now, the iOS is customizable, even the layouts and stuff. So it leads to me to wonder what happens to a person when their consistent environment suddenly just changes by a little. Do you just get lost? It's like you sit there and think, I don't know how to do this. So what do? You bring up Copilot and ChatGPT and ask them how to do it. I say this with a really big grain of salt, but I have to understand that this is probably going to be the social norm, right? And you want those things to be useful. Now, I don't know if they're going to replace me, for example, like replace me as a middleman or replace me as a human being. But when someone says my AI or my device has my interest in mind, that is an oxymoron. They don't have feelings yet, at least, or they might give you the perception of feelings. The idea is, when someone says, I just want to set up an email so I can do this, and the solution that I came up with was most convenient to all of us, not the initial idea that she wanted, because I understood the context of her requests. And despite her inability to express that to me, like in an English, like a, like, like specifically enough, I was able to navigate it. You would want Copilot and ChatGPT to be able to do this, but hear me out. ChatGPT and Copilot, Gemini, they are an interface. So if you are unable to know how things work, how do you ask and express it to get the outcome or the information you want? And that is the final plug of this digression. There is some fundamental value to understanding how things work and how to express them. Because in the future, if you don't like talking to other humans, that's perfectly all right, I suppose. Like, if you don't like talking to me, you don't like how people can lie to you, or they don't know all the facts and whatnot, but they have emotions. They also have... You would like to believe the person you're asking has some form of problem solving and critical thinking skills. If they can't figure it out, they can help you together to figure out the solution. That's not the generation I interact with anymore. And I have to understand that. Even older people can have fields of examples of this, and this would be a great example. They use a device that they don't understand, but they don't necessarily have to be responsible for how it works. And because they don't understand how it works, you can't translate that to other devices of similar nature or compare and contrast in learning context. Language learning, to me, is like that. If you are unable to create a holistic way to intuit how to problem solve and figure out in your target language, then trying to work towards that as an idea of like, oh, I could use this as a device for everyday things. My language is the device I use. Now, in my opinion, at least in my experience, I don't often meet anyone who is not even close to my age or my generation where we didn't have these conveniences, and that's fine. Just understand that the younger you get, the more those conveniences also incentivize pushing off problem solving and critical thinking skills. And one of the things, if you want to do things yourself, like, I'm okay if you said, oh, I'm just learning the language for fun, and in the future I'll just use an auto translator so I can like kind of learn and kind of listen at the same time. That's a very realistic way of saying it. When you say you want to become a native fluent speaker who uses a target language every single day, and you use that target language in a manner that is involved in talking with other people, and you give me all the flags that you don't like talking to people, then that's swimming up creek, right? Or going down, going downstream without a paddle, or I don't know what the idiom is, but the idea is, it's pretty shocking how many people's goals are unrealistically, in my opinion, unrealistically aligned with their practices and their lifestyles. So if I had to take a TLDR on this, lots of times people are looking for a lifestyle change prior to even reaching their goal. Like, they are either looking forward to it or dreading the lifestyle change. When you're learning a language, and you're saying you want to be fluent and not dependent on a device, and you want other people, you want to be talking with other people. Are you already talking with other people? Do you have the critical skills and problem solving skills to be involved in talking with other people? Like, to me, I think that is almost a deal breaker. if the first, like for me, I that's not even my goal. Like my goal is not to be a native Japanese speaker who speaks to Japanese people. That's not my goal. And I think I talk and use my target language already more often in my lifestyle choices than what I think is sufficient for me to be fluent in Japanese or Chinese. The question is now, what I just described, that interaction that I had with using simplified Chinese. I remember most of my simplified Chinese from Duolingo, and then that Duolingo simplified Chinese is corroborated with HanziHero, which I'm learning in traditional Chinese, and then I'm using my English and also my visual ability to recognize icons, because symbolism is universal, right? A lot of times it's universal thanks to monopolized designs, like an Android phone and iOS. Those are monopolized designs. So thankfully, because of the monopolized designs, they're very similar in many ways. And I understand that comparison. I understand how my phones correlate with certain functionality. And even then, that is not understanding what the actual phone actually works, like how it actually works, right? So I don't even have that level of depth. But it's still pretty weird to try to think that when someone has a problem, the first thing they do is they look for the exact identical problem. And if the exact identical problem does not present the exact solution, usually the person just stops there. Right? Like, I needed some help. So I did use Gemini in the process. I Googled, I'm like, so how do I express this? Okay, I have my task. I need to figure out syncing third-party app. And the thing I Googled was, can I sync a third-party email address to an iPhone? Because I need to know if I can or cannot do that. And it said yes. And it's like, well, how do I do that? And they showed me instructions for like an iPhone 16. I'm like, okay, but my mother's iPhone is 4 hours. Let's presume that the OS is still the same, right? I swear my Google Assistant activates on their own so often. Stop. Okay. And yeah, that, you know, long story short, I'm not gonna belabor it too much because I have some, gotta get moving today, a little late in the start. But yeah, that is what that's my some of the things that I did today. Lots of thinking. It was interesting. This was also when I just woke up. Huh. I wonder what it's gonna be like in the future. I think it demonstrates how convenience can erode the need for critical thinking or problem solving. Can you solve a simple discrepancy? What I would hear when if I ask a figurative 20-year-old right now, right, on the internet, can you solve this discrepancy? And the person would likely look at the problem and say, I think I can solve that. And then that's it. It ends there. Like, what do you mean you think you can solve that? It's like, oh, I can solve that. Do you mean you think you can? Do it. Explain it. And why and how. It's like, well, that's a simple thing to solve. It's not worth my time. I'm like, okay, what is worth your time? And in my opinion, the truth in reality is they aren't able to solve simple problems because they don't think it's worth their time ever. And then when it comes to harder problems and even more difficult problems, then it becomes too hard to want to solve them. So you default back to the first thing, find the solution. How does this impact mental health and other things? Well, eventually those small problems become big problems. So when someone like says, oh, you need to get up early, 10 minutes earlier than you usually do every single day, that becomes a very enormous problem, not a small problem or a trivial problem. So oftentimes I'm like, make it a game. How, when someone says like, oh, how do you know you're having the best value purchase of a GPU? Well, you could go on ChatGPT and ask, what is the cheapest GPU right now? Or what is the cheapest GPU? And they'll probably fetch or try to fetch the lowest price. Immediately, that would seem reasonable to someone, right? Reasonable. You type that, you say, okay, I trust this. I'm like, okay. First of all, you need a price history. So you might want to ask ChatGPT for price history. And then you might also want to ask, what does ChatGPT sample? Can ChatGPT sample inventory properly? Right? Because it might just include Amazon and Newegg or something. That's not everywhere, right? So there are so many critical thinking considerations, and you can get ChatGPT and Gemini to look for these things. The question is, do you have the capacity to prompt the information to happen? What AI is trying to do is trying to remove the need for these considerations, right? That doesn't mean you should stop doing these considerations, because something needs to oversee the person, the tool. The user has to oversee the tool. If the tool is bad, you have to know why and how it's bad in order to make it good, despite having to use the tool. Now, ChatGPT is built on a database that's very similar to Gemini, which is very similar to Copilot. So when you use all three of them, they may systematically perform the same hyper-objectified response. The question is, do you know those biases, those potential pitfalls, and are you asking the right questions? I don't think Socrates has ever been more relevant than these days now, where the tool you're interacting with is someone that is something that only responds to you. So your results vary based on the execution of the user's critical thinking skills, right? YouTubers try to circumvent that by being human. They talk about human things that they make stuff, but searching that is arbitrarily dreadful now, right? How do you optimize that? Well, you try to have AI build their database on that information, right? And yet, when someone asks me a question, it's not like a take on there are better questions or worse questions or stupid questions or good questions. The idea is, are the questions getting the answers you want? Are the questions showing the other person and asking the other person the thing that it may be important to you? Like, you can ask ChatGPT, how do I get rich? And it will give you, a lot of great responses. Now, the question is, what does that even mean? What do you mean? How do I get rich? Is that where your starting point is? Okay. So ChatGPT gives you something, right? Maybe a side hustle advice. You look at the side hustle advice. Are you analyzing it critically and then asking something about the side hustle? Or you just read it and that's it? Like maybe the side hustle is become a dog sitter. All right, it's like, oh yeah, let's go and dog sit, and then the first thing you think, and it doesn't come to your mind, like, do you have people that own dogs around you? And then if you're gonna dog sit, what are your experiences with dog sitting? Do you own a dog yourself? Do you have the experience or qualification to own a dog? What is required to be a dog sitter? It's not to just go there and do the thing. There's a leap of logic everywhere in terms of how people ask questions and in how they express, right? If you talk to a stranger and you clearly see that this stranger spent multiple years of their lives chasing after a professional degree, and it's like literally in front center, and you just choose not to read it, you will still be ignorant of it, and as well not exercise the critical thinking skills necessary to come to some type of inference. So when someone says assume, or when they say they think or they believe, they really mean they assume, as opposed to they presume and they're looking to confirm and or evaluate the accuracy of their presumption. So when people offer advice, they say this is better than that, but what they're really saying is I had a better experience with this than that. You are not accurately and objectively telling the other person this will be better than the other. That is absolutely a huge leap of logic. But these tools make it that simple. It makes it that easy. And to me, I think those type of things are fundamental to being a thinker. So how does that make me feel, at least in my opinion? What does that make me worry about? Right? Not feeling about myself, but what does that make me worry about when the vast majority of people that I interact with, the ones that are willing to talk like that while trying to learn another language? To me, I think there's a lot of growing pains. However, I hope, in my opinion, that learning another language incentivize them to engage in critical thinking and problem solving skills. I don't think that happens as much as I think it does, as much as I think it would. One of the most attractive ways to bring this all back to language learning, the most attractive ways of picking up a language later or adding a secondary language into like early education curriculum is that it may be something that interests a young person and or an older person, if you're still intellectually inquisitive, to engage in problem solving and critical thinking skills. That is my plug. I have a very hard time defending learning a target language if you're already functional with a primary language. I think monolingualism is sufficient. It may not be ideal or optimized according to my opponents of this hot take, but there is a diminished return if you have a primary language that functions sufficiently for your task. Now, I am a greedy person when it comes to skills. So I actually think, sure, I can say that having one language is sufficient, but having more than one language, engaging in more than one language is bonus. It's being greedy. It's doing more. It's bettering yourself. Now, what am I referring to though? I'm not referring to being fluent in the target language. I'm referring to having the opportunity to engage in something that will develop a skill that I thought, maybe it's still true to this day, that the vast majority of individuals who engage in learning something that they like, that is very difficult, arguably a lifetime investment, it keeps that person engaged in critical thinking and problem solving. Those are the skills, in my opinion. This is one of the skills that are absolutely, you don't have to be creative to know that, in my opinion, that you can critically think and problem solve about just about anything. If you look at something, there's probably a problem there, and if you think hard enough, there's probably something you can make better or different. And what I mean by better, I don't mean pragmatically better. I mean better for your use case. Like, not everyone's gonna like handles on their cup, right? Like, honestly, most of the time when I hold a cup, I actually hold it this way because I have more contact with the thing. So a lot of times I prefer a bottle like this, where my whole hand is attached to this, right? But that's not a problem that's pragmatic. It's a critical thinking thing. Like, if you observe, you use something like this more often, are you making the connection like, okay, then go buy something like this? When someone says, oh yeah, cups and handles make sense because most people use cups and handles, that's what ChatGPT will tell you, right? In order to understand the nuance of your own self and your satisfaction, your mental health, your decision making, and all of that, it requires critical thinking and problem solving skills. When you become so reliant on something telling you all these things, then you don't need to practice any of that. In an ideal world for those people, I'm not saying you shouldn't live like that. It's up to you. It's your prerogative. If you find that what I describe is inoffensive, like I want something to answer all my questions, I don't need to think about things, I'm already used to the way, that's fine by me. I like to think that the internet is large enough where you do not interact with someone like me, because it would be a point of consternation. It would be a conflict of interest. When you say something, be involved in it. Like, that's what I like to encourage. So if that's exhausting, you probably want to hang out with someone that doesn't like thinking about things. I think it's oxymoronic a bit, or maybe even a dash of long cognitive dissonance when someone comes up to me and says, oh, I research a lot, I study a lot, I know a lot of things, therefore I'm a thinker. I'm like, that's not true. You have to explain how you know a lot of those things. Why, where, when, in what way do you want to know those things? That's what a thinker is. A reader, maybe, is someone who takes information face value, perhaps, is someone who's learned. They are very learned, but they aren't certainly thinkers. And then there's also problem solving. I think I recently met someone who thinks that they're incredibly reliable for things, and the way they talk about how they solve things or provide advice, in my opinion, with all due respect, I think you're helpful. I think you're dependable because the people around you ask you for a result. You don't necessarily solve problems. You are the source of a result. They're not interested in you, nor do you solve things that are unsolvable. You happen to be useful. So yes, why do I say this? Because that same person probably feels like they don't want to engage with those people, because they only whenever they engage with those people, it seems like they only want something from you. It's like, well, yeah, that's true, because you're dispensable. You're more likely to be targeted by opportunists. Like, for example, what's the difference between someone who is dependable and someone who is respected? For example, and this is it's a little mix of them, but more dependable, less so respectable, or expressionable. When someone asks you to do something, do you try in any way to explain to that person how it's done so that they can become independent? Or they don't just come to you to ask you for things, right? That is being dependable. If someone asks you go get water and you just get water and that's it, then you're very dependable, right? You're a resource, it produces a result. That is how people interact with ChatGPT, Gemini, Copilot. You ask something, you search something, they give you the results. Those users do not learn anything. So when you're saying, I only care about the things I do, what I can do, and I'll make myself available and help other people, and the reason why I don't have a lot of friends or interact with a lot of people is because I don't want them to become dependent on me. Well, they don't. But if you don't do anything about it, you don't express anything, you don't even explain how you do those things, or even communicate with them on why they aren't able to do it, or find things that they ways in which they would prefer to do it themselves, then they aren't learning anything. And they are not learning anything about you. So that's what I used to be like. I'm not describing a hypothetical person. I'm describing when I was younger. I'm describing when I was like 18 years old to like 23. When someone asks me to do something, I just say yes. And I do it. That's it. I give them the results. There's no interaction. There's no expression of what I did. There's no attempt to endear myself or be instructive or advisory. I did get lucky when I was younger, though. I said yes a lot, and I continue to say yes because I got lucky in the sense that I was stubborn. I was very stubborn. I say yes regardless if it meant I'm dependable, but usually the word I would use is I was useful. And I stayed useful for long enough to acquire enough skills to say, hey, I've done this a lot. How about we do this together? And in the future, if I happen to like kick the bucket, right? You are able to do this yourself. So in the long run, what I have done now is I have spent most of my time empathizing with people and understanding the nature of why they need these things. And what I can do is not only can I present, or I try anyways, I try to present the results to them. So if someone says, yeah, I don't know how to solve this problem, and it seems like my email is not syncing with my phone, it's like, I don't know what to do either. Let's learn it together. And or I demonstrate it to the person. Oh, I remember doing this. How about, do you have some time? Let me, like, here, this is how I do it, but let me see if what your thoughts about this. So this is where you do, and you're showing the person how to do the thing. And in that way, if you're not available, they might be able to do it, right? And also, they might be able to appreciate a little bit more about what you're doing for them, right? That is gone. That is completely absent in when people interact with an app. For example, a language learning app. When I ask someone, when they tell me, oh, this app's better, and I ask them, in what way? What does it do for you? Because it's not doing anything for me right now, obviously, because I haven't used it. Someone is telling me that it'll do things better for me. But first, I need to figure out what it's doing for them. And you probably saw this coming, but 8 out of 10 times, the person cites a result and not the process of what it does. They say, oh, I got to N3 with this app. It's like, that doesn't tell me what it does for you. Like, okay. So if I get to N3 with a different app, then they're no better than each other. They're the same. Like, what did it do that made you get to N3? And they're like, oh, it does this and this and this. Like, so you mean other apps can't do those things? Like, well, no, because this one does it better. But what you described didn't make it any better, right? Do you know the thing that it is doing that is strictly better for you? I don't even get there. It doesn't even get to that point, in my opinion, for most discussions. It doesn't get that far in where someone knows that it is the difference, like that truly difference that had of a similar process that was comparable. It's usually some result, and that result tells me, in my opinion, that they didn't learn anything about the process, like what the app actually did. They knew what the results were. So yes, if you're an ends justifies the means kind of situation, one is better than the other if it just produces better results. It's like, yeah, I agree. Does that make it a good advice for another person? No, absolutely not. At least in my opinion. Just like when I asked ChatGPT for something, I asked myself, okay, they gave me this information. Now, do I understand what that information actually means? If someone told me that there are 1,000 people, or like a 5% dropout rate of this app, what does that even mean? An internet expert, in my opinion, would try to say, oh, ChatGPT said there's a 5% dropout for this app and there's a 10% dropout for this app. So therefore, the 5% is better than the 10% because there are less dropouts. So what does that even mean? Do you know what that means? I can think of 3 or 4 ways that information can be used to back up extremely opposite arguments. For example, the thing with the lower dropout is easier. The thing with the higher dropout is harder. That's just the first step. Someone would say, well, yeah, of course. So therefore, the thing that has a lower dropout would be better. At what? It has a lower dropout and it's easier. But does easier translate to results that you're looking for? It's like, oh, I want to acquire more. Like, does easy lead to more retention or learning for you? You don't know that, because when someone says something is easy, it could also mean you learn less. And something that's hard, you learn more. Or something is hard, so people more likely drop out, so they don't learn anything at all, versus it's easy, so more people at least learn something. All of them are true, but that's not good enough. At least I don't think that's even good enough for understanding what does that data mean. So that's kind of what I'm talking about. a lot of times. I'm going to be talking about this when we talk about Phantom X later today. But that is the share for today. All right. Got 2 terms. Oh, there they are. So we have this one, of which I do not have any additional context for at the moment. Yeah, I don't think so. I'm drawing it at like a weird angle. Or writing. What was this? It was this one, right? Oh, Shuzai. Shuzai. This is covering an event. Yeah, I don't have anything. Nothing new. Other than Chutes and Ladders. The next one I did come up with something that a little bit more reliable for me. Eee, wobble wobble. Was it? Shoot. Show. So, this one, the shoe is fine. We have multiple instances of this. That's the show. And I think what I'm gonna say is the Prime Minister is what runs the show. Even though WaniKani uses show for something else, but they use show or show, but that's fine. We'll try to pivot. But the Prime Minister or the Minister runs the show is how I'm gonna remember the other thing until we come up with until we encounter the next minister, the next vocabulary for minister. Okay. There was also something on HanziHero where someone posted a thread about like, oh, it would be nice to have this and this, and the first thing on the roadmap is the developers working on it, and it was posted like 4 months ago or like a year ago. Their mission statement was they're gonna do this, right? They're working on this, and that person requested that this be a thing for the app. It's like, no kidding, this would be desirable. It's a work in progress, right? So that's kind of one of those things where you didn't ask, the person didn't ask it in the form of a question. They assumed that it was a deficiency. Like, what I mean is, oh, I think this would be a great idea. It's like, yes, all of us agree, and even the developer agrees. That's what they're working on. So it's like WaniKani, like someone coming up to me and it's like, man, I think WaniKani has I would spend most of my time making mnemonics. Don't use WaniKani. Right? Am I being unfair? I don't necessarily think I'm being unfair. I think this is where I draw the line for sufficient logic or sufficient awareness of leap of logic. When you ask something needs something, like need something, you need to know what they think you need or they need first in order to know, right? It's like telling someone go to Japan, that's the best way to learn a language, and the other person would probably aggressively say, are you gonna pay for it? Like, do you have enough, can you provide the funds for me? Like, do you have the solution to all the leaps of logic that you use as an offered advice for that. Right? And that is a fair retort or rebuttal, because the person who's providing the unsolicited advice, or the solicited advice perhaps, usually someone who provides a solicited advice, the person who's soliciting for that advice may provide that information, possibly even beforehand. But an unsolicited advisor, someone who goes around and thinks that they know better unsolicitedly, well, honestly, I'm gonna be really direct about this. When you're offering unsolicited advice, at minimum, indicate that your unsolicited advice is based on observation of that person, not some blanketed statement that makes presumptions that ultimately will make you sound like a poor advisor. Right? Usually unsolicited advice are often welcome when that other person who is offering the unsolicited advice has some knowledge in order for make that advice relevant. And generally speaking, that doesn't happen on the internet. It happens more so often unsolicited advice, right? This is for people who speak out compulsorily with the notion that they know enough. You hope they have enough critical thinking skills to know they know enough that when they speak as advice, not commentary. There is a difference between commentary. I think commentary is part of pleasantries. When they speak out to offer advice, they have enough critical thinking skills to know that there's sufficient data and observation that whatever they say would not be misconstrued as being presumptuously incorrect or trying to minimize it. One of the greatest, most common examples that I could offer when it comes to a red flag and a lack of critical thinking skills is when someone comes to someone's stream, know that they use a product, and presume that that's the only thing they do. It's probably the first red flag. Yeah, I call it a red flag, because largely then it's an uphill battle or an uphill way to offer any exchange in ideas. Because if you have someone who already makes a comment, who assumes that you belong to a group, which may be true, who already gambled that you belong to a group where what you see is the only things you do, then I'm already out of the game. We're already at a loss. Like, I don't ever assume that about someone else, right? So I ask them questions. It keeps me, at least honestly, it keeps me genuinely interested in the other person. And I hope that the other person is genuinely interested enough in expressing things to me. What does that do for me when someone actively answers my genuine curiosity questions? It tells me that they care about their lives, at least, because in order to express it accurately and in detail or interestingly, they would have to be interested in their own lives. So I typically ask questions most of the time. I think asking people's questions, evaluating how they, or like trying to vibe with how they explain things, really does pay back in dividends. So hopefully in the long run, the people around me will be likely more and more interested in their own lives, because in my opinion, if you want to be talking to me normally or regularly, you're gonna have to be interested in your own lives as well. And I would like to think my friends habitually have to, or else we don't stay friends, right? have to be interested in their own lives in order to interact with me on a daily basis. If you don't get used to that process already, then we eventually drift apart. That's usually how that works. At least for me. So when you get an answer on ChatGPT, I want to know why you asked ChatGPT, and then how you use the information that you got from ChatGPT. It's actually very irrelevant what ChatGPT says, actually. I'm more interested in you, why the value of that information is important. It should be a detail in the things you share, right? Oh, today I learned this because I was interested in this, which led me to find this information, in which I use that information to discover this. And I say this not because other people who don't do this are disinteresting. I say this because I like when people think. I enjoy seeing and observing, interacting with the way people think. So it is a bit of a selfish request. Otherwise, it's fine. You can vibe along, vibe to life. When you vibe to life, the best thing I can do is engage in that same experience and vibe along with you. Then we just vibe without sharing something, and that can come with like sharing an experience together, right? Let's all learn something together at the same time. Let's play together. That's a way to remove the need for expression. But that doesn't come at the most convenient manner. People don't occupy the same space in the same time all the time, and they don't often occupy the same priorities. So communication skills are very excellent, and some critical thinking, problem solving ability is highly recommended in anything you engage in, be it WaniKani or what have you. Right. All right, let's get into our stuff. So this is our new unit stuff, right? So let's take this a little bit slowly and keep track. It should go relatively okay. Okay. It's gone. Nice. Okay. Kokuhaku. Monku. Oh no, this is the weird one. Dang it. It's a writing paragraph. What's a writing paragraph? Like a phrase? Oops. Word. Oops. Why do you do this? Monku. So it's like a different unit of things. When you're writing a paragraph, it's a complaint. These characters here, like mon or bun, and any forms relating to word, paragraph, and like words, that stuff, I think in the future I want to come up with a different web design, like a different network for English, because I actually think that part can be more interesting. It can be a little bit more interesting to develop it with a bit more nuance, because referring to things like this as paragraph, for example, it creates a form of friction, and using this as writing is not sufficient enough. I think there is far enough basic nuance in common words that you can form something a little bit more involved and more interesting, in my opinion. I think it's true for both Chinese and Japanese. I haven't thought about how to organize all of it yet, so we'll come up to it. And then measuring words as well. We'll see what we come up with when I a bit more learned. Probably. Yeah, complaint is gonna be a problem. Okay, that's not a problem. This might be shaku. Shaku. Then. Oops. Yep, should be fine. Kinshi. Ne? Prohibition, I suppose. Oh, forbidden. Forbidden works. That should be forbidden. Kinyen.
5枚
What?
不可欠
There was a typo somewhere in there. Got it. Oh no. It's like Ame Zo? Ne? No. Yeah, Zo. Q is definitely the last thing. I don't know. Ameza? Oh, because it's Zai. So, Amezai. Yeah, Amezaiku. Amezaiku.
Ijimeru.
Ijimeru. What? Now, how do I action frustration? To frustrate? C mid. Hmm. To bully.
座る
Yoru.
教訓
Gyokun. Yes. Ooh, okay.
統合
The flip. Logo. Oh no. No, this isn't cool. Nodo.
喉
Gambler and fire. Oh.
訓練
Kunden. Dang it. I'm like, what are the. Oh, no, wait. I screwed up.
つながる
Oh, Tsunagaru. Uh,
書類
Sorry.
忘年会
Onenkai.
人類
Inui.
禁句
Inku. The heck is that? Oh. What is the onyomi for that? I don't. Oh.
広告
Kokoku. Oh no, HanziHero introduced this at the same time. All I thought about was the HanziHero mnemonic. They're both tied together now, which is kind of useful. Two birds with one stone, as they say.
口頭
Oto.
飴
Ame.
一等
Oh. What? What? Hmm.
星座
Is Oh, wait. Dang it. Oh. It's like something with Bill Murray. Ooh. Be moody. Oh. Something about Bill Murray. Hold up. Putting his head. Is it all? All be moody? No. Huh? No? Moody? Moody? Oh, Oh, K. K. No, okay. Yeah, K. Moody.
煙
I'm just like, oh, K. Murray. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. We'll get it. Oh. You and me. Oh.
弓
You meet.
Shinrui.
Shinrui.
Shurui.
Shinrui.
Zazen.
Zazen. Eh?
何枚
On my.
Wasureru.
Ureru.
喫煙
Suen.
Kisha 記者
Sha. Wait. What? okay. It doesn't require this.
Koto.
Photo.
可能
Hmm.
叩く。
Okay. Oh, wait. Pizzaten. Wait. Pizzaten.
喫茶店
Pizzaten. 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 Ne? Oh. Right, cafe. Equal. Un for equal. Un for equal. Keyboard.
等しい
Yoshi. Oops.
予告。
Yokoku. What? Oh. Before.
弓道
Judo. Report or news. Report news. Hmm. We have a lot of report news stuff. Order from home.
かわいい
Kawaii.
銀座。
Ginza. What? I don't remember this.
分類。
Bundri. Oh, I do. Hmm. Oh, it's normal.
禁じる。
Kinjiru. Or not normal, but special. Kinjiru. This is related to something. How is it related to something? Oh,
告げる
And it, permit. I got stuck on this twice yesterday. Permit. Can only it was like you can only say some permit to say something at noon and only as a yes.
禅寺
Zendera.
訓読み
Unyomi. I think it's an apostrophe, not a hyphen. Okay.
黒煙
Okuen.
Jinshu.
Inshu.
警告
Keikoku. Warning announcement? No. Yes. No. Warning. Yeah. Okay.
舞
I. Oh no. Oh.
座席
Daseki.
対等
Saito. Or equal. Fine. Alright, that's it. We embellished a little, some digressions about a story. Today was supposed to be a short session. How about tomorrow? I'm probably gonna try to do it before 6 tomorrow, actually. So that would mean it would leave. Yeah, we're fine. We're gonna get back on track tomorrow. Provided I don't yap too much this evening. Let's see. Monix. Long ago, gambler, previous, mask. Happiness, conflict, treasure chest, and noon. Okay. Tattoo. Home. Jack. Yankee. Centaur. Money. Nostradamus. Soul. Little Kyoto. Saber. Okay. Goreets. It's not easy. Kun. You. Toku. Shu. Tatsu. Rui. O. To. Ki. Shaku. Ya. Za. Bo. Zen. Mune. No. So. Zen. Ha. Kyo. Mai. Se. Ku. Kin. Kitsu. En. O. O. Ame. Ame. All right. That's it for WaniKani today. Gonna watch this later. Arigatou gozaimasu. Right. Feel free to follow along. Go WaniKani for yourself. Always welcome. Drop on by. Change some questions, ideas, and stories. Always free to yap. Right. Yap. Grow from each other. Share vicarious experiences. Brainstorm. What have you. Until next time. For those who are only interested in WaniKani, minasan mata ne. I'll see you guys next time. I want to get up, stretch, walk around a bit, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you, thank you. And welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第181天。It is day 181. I had a few things from yesterday that I can recall. Guy, right? Yeah. Guy Lun. Just introduction. And wait. No.夫妻 married couple. And a plow. A plow, it's something. Sun? I don't remember. Like dirt, maybe, and sun? Ugh. Alright. I'll have to review that. So trying to write 借口, which is excuse. Let's go look. Yeah. Oh, it's turf, not dirt. Turf and sun. Okay. I've got the borrow and the meaning. All right, let's get to our lessons.
伙伴
伙伴 partner or companion partner. 伙伴，他是一位商业伙伴 business partner. Oh, hey, 伙伴. Sorry, I'm thinking of Phantom X right now. Business partner. It's funny because Luferu, the character in Phantom X, the little owl figure, keeps referring to his companions, his 朋友，他的朋友是伙伴，不是好朋友，我是个伙伴的。Of course they are not. They, of course now, you know, 现在是好朋友. But initially he referred to them as 伙伴. Like this would be more like, I feel like 伙伴can be a little bit attached to formal things like 商业伙伴. Business partners. business partner. 伙伴。
伙伴。富含。
富含。wealth and keep wealth. To be enriched, to be rich in. Wealth of. Interesting. Is rich in. 这食物富含什么 fats? Oh, that's a different type of fat. 脂肪. Ooh, but 脂 checks out with and 肪. Okay, so they take the characteristics of the right characters. Or the right radicals.
富含。团聚。
Group. Reunion. Group. Assemble the group. Okay. Reunion. Reunite. Oh, we have unite and reunite now, huh? 家人团住。
团聚。
聚 there's no 住 just 聚 all the time. 团聚。
平均。
平均 equal, flat, or leveled. Is average or mean. Okay. 平均每天要睡8小时 sleep on average on 8 hours a day, 8 hours every day.
平均。平稳。
stable, level stable, flat stable. 平稳。病人的血压平稳。The patient's blood pressure is stable. Oh, it just straight up is okay.
平稳。
Okay.
伙伴。团聚。富含。平均。平稳。
Okay. Next one. Hot spring. 温泉 Makes sense. Onsen. And so 温泉 Interesting. 我要去温泉洗脚. Oh no, what is that? 泡脚. 泡脚. Oops. What? Oh.
温泉。包含。
To contain. Keep in the package. A package contains everything that keeps inside. Yeah. Okay. 我分actually no. I just say 我分文件包含了重要的资 something 资讯这份文件包含了重要的资讯
包含聚集
assemble gather or assemble 鸟oh bird kind 鸟类常常在这里聚集
鸟类常常在这里聚集。
聚集稳定
稳定 stable set stable refers to something that's stable because it's set firmly in place. Okay, stable steady again. 稳定的家庭关系 no 关系 interesting 关系 for environment 原因 right is what I'm thinking of 原因 or 原因 something like that
稳定聚会
a gathering yeah meeting gathering get together 我们明天有聚会
聚会
or gathering meeting or gathering honestly
温泉聚会包含稳定聚集摸鱼
grope fish to slack off. What is the most egregious way to slack off as work? To go up to a workplace aquarium and spend your time groping for fish with your hands, trying to catch them. Stop slacking off and get back to work. Okay. Catch fish with hands. Literally grope for fish. Wow. Okay. I guess that's fine too. Yeah, figure of speech, groping for fish, I suppose. 他这个也常常摸鱼。
摸鱼
Okay.
存货
commodity exists commodities is in your inventory 那不在我们的存货中 currently not in our inventory oops
存货传扬
pass on pass on hoist oh two it's right okay It's interesting. To spread news of something, you hoist it up high and clear, all to see, and pass it on to anyone you come across. Yeah. 我想传扬啊，传扬什么？传扬快乐
我想传扬快乐。
快乐啊 yeah, that's right. That's the other read, right? 快乐 of course it's 快乐. That makes sense.
传扬
传扬
被
bay. Oh boy, it's another bay. Times. Oh. Fold or multiply times, right? Pretty sure that's the other one. Bay. Was the other one bay? I think it was by. They used by instead, right? Times, like how many times? Yeah. Right? Yeah, doubling, multiply. Yep. Same bay. Or by. Bart Simpson is in the bathroom of the beach house by the bay. The Slender Man, who he meets at the beach, wagers that Bart can't knock him out. Bart hits him many times in the bathroom of the beach house. Hits him many times in the head with a pool tool and then with a toilet lid, but can't knock Slender Man out. Slender Man smiles and shares he has a magic mouth guard. Oh right, that's a mouth guard. Not a fool. That protects his entire head somehow, making him several times stronger. Bart Simpson trying to knock someone out? That sounds about right. In the bathroom? I guess. With the toilet seat? He was popping in pool toy? Okay, alright. I'll try to remember that. I sure. Multiply the number or times the number. 加倍 add twice over. Okay. I don't know about addition and subtraction. Okay.
被盐
Yeah. The other is salt. A salt shaker. I'm okay with this. Kind of looks more like a perfume bottle, but or a dispenser. I can see why they chose salt shaker. This component depicts an ancient Chinese salt shaker. It currently stopped up with a magic stick. Okay, the salt shaker is transparent, so we can see the. Okay, fair enough. Does this stand alone? No. Does have most things salty. Alkali.
盐
A surf, a salt shaker, a gun, and a dish. Oh boy. Yoshi is inside the pawn shop working at the counter. Suddenly, a serf comes in holding a handgun, which he points at Yoshi. The serf puts a dish on the counter and asks for all their salt. Yoshi takes out a salt shaker and slowly shakes all the salt onto the dish for the serf thief. I guess that's whimsical enough. Yoshi, huh? Oh, there, Jazz. Huh. There's salt. That's good. No, that's fine. Salt. What takes salt? That's okay. Hard to think. Yosh. Sure. 10 table salt makes sense. 盐 盐冰 盐平 for salt sugar. Looks like a 2-story shop. Yeah, that could look like a 2-story shop indeed. Indeed.
盐 摸鱼
Oh, yeah.
盐
What? Oh, I typed the wrong thing. What? 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 What's the right thing? It's not a fool. Remember, but it's definitely bay.
背
Definitely times. A mouth guard. That's right. A mouth guard. It's legitimately just a guard plus a mouth. Wait.
存货
But I typed the first one. 存货. And then what happened here? Oh,
传扬
Hoang, I missed a G. Duo. Duo. Oh, Leah. 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 Wait, have I had this combination before? Not really. Yeah. Leah for 2 as well? Oh, interesting. Link is in the basement of the auditorium where he is rehearsing his role in the play carriage duo. In the play carriage duo. The co-star is Slenderman. Right, he's playing on the duo ride around the basement among the spare stage props, practicing how to drive the carriage together. This could be anyone. Well, that's their kind of make an argument. They're both video game related things. Is there any other pair? I mean, there's more than one pair for them. There's something that places Link in this situation. We'll try it though. Okay. The elf and the elf and Slenderman. Okay. Two of us. Oh, it combines with John Lia. Interesting. Alia. The two of them. Okay. Okay.
俩
Yeah.
湿
Sure for wet. Okay. Okay, Shrek is in the front of the front of the house where he's looking wet from the sprinklers that have sprayed all over him. The sun is not out today, so he is trying to make himself less wet by burning some cocoons he found on the lawn with a burner. It doesn't work, so he sits there on the lawn, still wet, hoping the sun will come out. Moist ogre. Grumpy. Sprinklers, huh? I feel like more like sprayed by the denizens of the swamp. I'll try that instead. Okay. Hearing you say the mnemonics without context is hilarious when you're hands off. Yeah, fair enough. That's kind of the point. Makes them memorable. 超市 I don't have 潮 yet. Humility. 湿度 wet degree. Yeah. 僵尸 to moisten.
湿
Fair enough.
形
mold 形 gate knife or gate saber and dirt. Xena's in the Xena's inside the English manor where she is playing with some molds on the velvet carpet. She packs each with soil to create molded figurines. Oh, that's a wait, that type of mold. Ooh. Oh, one is a gate and another is a saber. The butler chastised her for bringing soil inside. Okay, she molds a lot of things actually in the mnemonics. So saber because warrior princess. Okay, and a gate, pretty rustic. Okay, molds, and then velvet carpet for the English manor, and butler being upset English manor. Okay. And then the whole idea of molds and soil. Archaic, right? Archaic. Typical 典型 canon mold. Typical. What? How is that tip? Oh no, that's gonna be a problem in the future when we get it. 类型 kind. That's interesting. So mold is kind of like a placeholder, almost like the shape of. It almost seems like it. The meaning is like, oh, it's a model. Yeah, a model. So, if something is canon, a canon model is meaning the standard model. So it's very typical. It's a typical model, and then kind model, which is still a kind. Interesting.
形旧
Research, that makes sense. Ku Q. 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 Jimmy Neutron is in the bathroom. Oh, it's useful. That's Jimmy Neutron. Jimmy Neutron is in the bathroom of the bakery researching kitchen cleaning methods. That sounds about right. Kitchen cleaning methods in the bathroom. Let's just say bathroom cleaning methods in... Oh, wait, but we need bakery, right? Sure. Kitchen, maybe like... Yeah, kitchen cleaning methods, that's fine. He has 9 walking doll houses, all covered with flour, and he shoots them with water from his robotic dog and tries to scrub them clean with this special scientific croissant. Of course, they had to throw in a croissant. I think it's more like we're gonna pivot a little here. He's sneaking into the bathroom of the bakery, trying to quickly research some kitchen cleaning methods because he got flour everywhere. Currently, he has 9 walking doll houses all covered in flour. So he typed in ChatGPT and they say power wash them. So he shoots them with water, hydraulic pressured water from his robotic dog while he munches on a croissant because he's at the bakery. Right? Good enough. Yo. Let's see. We have Yan, Yanjiu. Yan? Research. Okay, double research. Yanjiu to research. Yanjiu Sheng, graduate student, research student. Jiu Jing. That's supposed to be a mirror. Oh, research mirror? Research class? Exactly. Research something. Find out soon. Okay. This one's kind of a stinker. Okay. Because I might accidentally
俩
also think of Legolas. Me?
诗
Okay. That one's fine. This one's fine.
行 就
Okay. Alright. Alright, time to lock in.
体育
体育课，
Oh, like, I guess physical experience. So how do I express physical
平
experience?
常
这种事很平常。
投诉
旅客有投诉权，
Oh, Sue. Complain? Okay. Uh-oh. What am I? Ah! Wait. Oh no.
笔直
笔直走，
just perfectly straight.
同时
同
我
时
和他同时开始学中文。
原料
原料
这些原料是用来制作纸的。
body experience, physical experience, PE, physical education, sports. Oh, they do take physical education, PE. Okay, that's fine. Tayo. Right, Tayo. Why do I just want to 加 this? 价格.
价格
Okay.
这家餐厅的价格很高。
Ah, it's like price or price history or pricing. They don't take pricing.
平 成
Undertake? Understake?
保持
保持身材。
To support and maybe like maintain, support and protect. 不敢当
不敢当
不敢当，还要不断练习。
flattery. 不敢当 like don't flatter me or no need for flattery or something like that. Wait. That did not feel great.
秘书
他是我们公司的秘书。
树
向往
向往
向往幸福的新生活。
It's toward. To yearn for or to turn toward. Okay. To look forward to. Okay. Never mind. They're all there. Okay. Yasumi. No. Tanoshimi. Tanoshimi is what? 向往 Tanoshimi. Okay. Let's make sure. Gui. Yes, Gui. And then it's not buy, really. Is it not? Oops. I typed the wrong thing. There.
光吸引
我似乎总是吸引错误的人。
Being attract. You flatter me, I guess. Yeah, I think flattery is sufficient. I'm flattered, but I think flattery is fine. Usually you're rejecting flattery in a polite way. What is this?
冰
听写
听写
请听写我说的话。
That's not how you spell transcribe. What is going on? What did I do? Guy. Oh, I typed the wrong
叶
tone. Ke. What? 天 to be visible. Huh. Interesting.
改善
我想要改善我的健康。
Oh. What? Oh, I typed the wrong thing again.
媒体，
媒体报道了这个事件。
媒体 media 问
请问，
请问厕所在哪里？
接要素 what 介绍I don't remember the shellfish thing. Knife, saber, shellfish. Not that. I could have sworn it was. Okay. I'm getting it mixed up with something and I don't remember anymore. Or.
居，走过，
我走过那家店。
I guess been to is good enough. Walk past. Oh. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, 介绍 Ooh. No, 介绍
材料，
我正在收集材料。
What?
可见，
星星今晚很可见。
It's not it. It's the right one. The right one's for problem. I don't know. There's 介绍所 What? 介绍所 Oh, yeah. Oh my gosh. Whatever. It's fine. I questioned everything. Oh, what? Um,
规则，
规
学校
则
有很多规则。
Okay. We rode through all of them eventually.
政府
他在政府工作。
Oops. To walk past, it's also to have visited there. Like when you're walking past something, you have already been there and then gone by. I think 走过 is a little bit off, but that's fine. It has enough to address that. To walk past is good enough. Gotta get better at that one.
原则
这违反了我的原则。
Oh. Just kidding. No? Oh, I added an E, I think. I don't think there's a there. Or I mean.
则
Okay, and that one's incorrect. And I don't know why. I gotta I don't know why.
无聊
我感到很无聊。
逐渐
逐渐变暖了。
不见. Okay, so what is wrong with it? Hilton is oh.
列车
我小时候很喜欢列车。
社区
社区服务。
指 失业率
这个城市的失业率很高。
奋力
他奋力学习，考取了第1名。
Exert power. Yeah, that's gonna be fine.
介绍所
职业介绍所。
读
What? Oh, I took the wrong. Oh, I wrote that incorrectly. I wrote that incorrectly twice. It's just one stroke on top, and then yeah, I wrote T incorrectly
T.
yesterday and this morning, or the beginning of this session.
"梦 以下
房间里温度是10度以下。
It's below or less than, but that's still fine.
可靠，
这消息是可靠的，
Reliable.
值，物，
What? Oh. I can get lei and le mixed up a little. Okay. Be careful of that, I suppose.
人类，
全人类都住在地球，
必然，
必然的失败，
必然的失败. What? I don't know. Huh.
曾，准确，
准确的说明，
准确的说明
分，出生，
我妹妹昨天出生了，
预约，
她没有预约，
至，勇，才能，
文学才能，
排列，
请把书籍排列好，
Yeah, I can get le and le and lei. Le, le, and lei a little bit mixed up because heckin' Link and Legolas. And like kind of like Gandalf and Dumbledore. Hmm.
案件，
警方正在调查这宗案件，
近期，
他们近期要搬家，
soon, recent, soon, near future. That's fine.
登机，
他准备好登机了吗？
What the? Wait, I might have been too premature about that.
星，双边，
双边协定，
人群，
我不喜欢人群，
人群 群 what? Oh no. I'm drawing a blank. I am drawing a complete blank. Let's just... Oh, this is a crowd, right? Fine. This one I don't know. Certain... So, inevitable? Oh, it might be inevitable. Okay. Oops. That's J.
Hoang,
Wait, oh, what? No, no. Wait, yeah.
会议，
我有3个会议。
Okay.
程序，
这个程序需要修改。
Oops. Wait, oh, meaning, right. How does that work for the right meaning? Is which crowd, right? Yes, crowd. Oh. That's a rake. Okay.
吸管，
塑胶吸管对环境不好。
绝，社会，
每个人都应该关心社会。
正，地址，
它
Yeah. Oh. Mount machine. This made sense before. And now I don't know.
阿姨，
我阿姨很善良。
粗话，
她总是说粗话。
姨妈，
姨妈总是给我们很多糖果。
Oops, that's maternal. Okay.
图，为，
What? Oh. Cool.
处，
Oh no. Hey, that's fine. What incarnation? Oh no. I'm drawing a blank on the same thing. Wait. Wait. YOLO? Great. Great.
逛公园，
逛公园是个放松的好方法。
逛公园。What? What? What? Oh, is it more? Hmm. I don't know what that is. This is just your regular block. Fool. Yeah, this is the second time it's come up. I don't see what that has to do with. Oh, it's because the whole bottom is payment. Oops. That's doll. That's doll. Or doll. That's doll.
支持，
我完全支持这个建议。
诗，
It's gone. Everything's gone. No. Is it?
被套，
他找不到被套了。
Young T. I don't know. Traffic light. This is a verb to board. Oh, right. Mount a plane. Yes, yes. Fine. Oops. What is that? A shrine? That looks like a shrine.
住，
What
受护身符，
我的
What?
具
What is that? What was that? Ugh.
替代品，
水没有替代品，
提任何
我没有任何主意。
任何
弱点，
每个人都有自己的弱点。
I'm gonna add this. It's weakness and shortcoming. Don't even. I'm not gonna even bother with that.
中世纪，
中世纪是欧洲的一个重要时期。
中世纪
三角，
三角洲，
excuse me? Oh no.
.防火墙，
防火墙设置，
防火墙 Okay. What the? What? No, that's tongue? What did I type the first couple times?
律师，
他是世界上最好的律师。
球，
It's demand or request. Doesn't matter. Those are the two dominant things.
狗，
Oh, I typed hell again.
.鸡，
What?
.磨，
What? My gut feeling
黑暗。
is
他藏在黑暗中，
my gut feeling is really deficient today. It's not paying out.
松林，
松林里的空气好香。
科，
我没有任何 recognize, come up with something. To come up with something, whichever. Oh my goodness, 任何. No, we're just gonna block it. It goes with all the other hers. How, what, any. I'm not gonna fill in. It's not not a very high priority thing.
眼泪，
他用手帕擦眼泪。
谈，指南针，
指南针是很重要的导航工具。
清醒，
他是一个非常清醒的人。
共存，
不同的想法能够共存。
共存 I think this is a tough one. I don't know. This is from yesterday. Coexist. Oh no, that's not from yesterday. Oh, that's fine. Like, together exist. Fine. Oh, I should write exist together, actually.
"表扬，
老师表扬了他的文章。
表扬
待遇，
这家餐
待遇
厅对客人的待遇很好。
好，
好 1,000th
情，暗示，凶，
凶
流泪，
他一想到他就流泪了。
流泪
打针，
我小时候很怕打针。
提醒，
谢谢你提醒我要开会。
提醒 Oh, treatment.
翻脸，
他突然翻脸了。
What is that? Wait, what? Wait. Oh, oops. That's trash. It's trash. That's what it is. It's actually trash and garbage. One of the rare moments.
遇到，
我在街上遇到了他，
Actually trash.
暴富，
他有远大的抱负，
Embrace loss. What? Like, oh. Yeah. Oh, carry on back. That's right. I told myself that I need to remember carry on back. That's what that is supposed to be.
错，
That's fine. That was yesterday's thing. Yesterday's thing's bound to happen. Cool. Too quick. Too quick on the uptake. Oh, it says 错. Carry on back. Embrace and carry on back.
精，
What in tarnation? Oh no.
飞跃，
飞越太平洋，
计较，
他不会跟你计较这些事情，
比较 to calculate and compare. Compare contrast. Contrast. Discuss. Argue. Fuss over. It's probably fuss about. Or quarrel. So many overlapping stuff. Oh, it's long.
刷，喂，
Yep.
进，
Whoops, I missed the G.
最初，
最初我不习惯那里的生活，
狼，
No, I'm okay. We gotta let's move along. What is the most concerning thing I can think of is probably Dungji, probably. Interestingly enough, Dungji. Oh, and Ze is still kind of weak. Oh, there was something else I typically worked on multiple times. And it's not sitting. Oh, I think the most concerning one, if I had to guess, is going to be anything with he. He is not great. He. And maybe even he. What was any? I think the worst one is even if I sit on it, it's gonna be a problem. Was any? we tried practicing that before. Yeah, to a point what, any, whichever, yeah. 任何. I don't think the sentences are much to yeah. Yeah, it's not great, but if there was more context, like you have a general idea of the mood, then you could get whichever. It's kind of like 随便. No. yeah, 随便. Okay. Gonna trucking along. Getting there. No updates. Again, no updates. I wonder what's going on. I know that they're responding, like the devs are responding to threads and whatnot, but interesting. No updates. Salt shaker. Updates make me excited. I like seeing updates, however minuscule. Updates are updates. Shows active development. Okay. Lan. Wait, it's not Lan. Yen. That's gonna be a problem, yeah. Yen. Bay. Bay is a problem. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be a problem. I think today's ones are kind of wonky. I think Sure is one of the stronger ones. Sure. Xing is okay. And Jiao is the strongest. Wait. Yeah, Jiao is the strongest. Or ban. Wait, how's that? 火ban. Oh yeah, 火ban. No, that's right. Fun. 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 Zhong. Right? So that's supposed to be Zhong. Oh no, 20. Oh no, 20. Oh, it's because I can't see the ice. Oh no. 1G. Oh, yes. New 1G. Assemble. G. Oops. That's full. Full. 什么? Full. Han. Wuhan. Wuhan. Okay. Ping. 平均. Oh, and this is not. That's G. Right, 20. 20, yeah. 均. 平均. 平稳 温泉 G 聚会. Okay. All right. Hoang. Hoang. Okay, that's fine. 稳定. Okay. Juji. Moyu. Ben. Help. Chunhuo. Chuan Yang. All right. How much time do we have? I have a good amount of time to yap. The yap is coming. Yap. Yappity yap. All right, so let's get through this. So we have Yoshi, who loves prolonging his work period at the pawn shop, but suddenly, while he's working, a serf, let's see, a salt-addicted serf came up with a handgun, pulls out a tray or a dish, and say, "Give me all your salt." That's all we got. All right, and then we have Bart Simpson, who is chilling at the beach house, going to the bathroom of the beach house to honor a dare. Slender Man has challenged him that however many times he hits him, he'll be able to endure it, because secretly he has a really cool mouth guard that prevents him from getting hurt, as Bart Simpson wails on him with like the toilet lid and stuff going to town. Alright, so we got Link. This one's rough too. So we have Link in the basement. He's gone to the basement and he's entertaining. He's naive. You know, Link is naive, I guess. Or Link is a friendly guy. So he's in the basement. Somehow he's hooked up with Slender Man in practicing a duo play that deals with some sort of extravagant magical I don't know, palace carriage, like a dialogue in a carriage. That's the closest thing I can get. All right, then we have Shrek is in front of his swamp house where he got sprayed by the denizens. So a little broody and upset, he tries to toasty some cocoons over the burner. and hoping that, of course, he says a stormy temperament, right? So obviously the sun is not out. So he tries to get less wet by burning some cocoons. Let's see, grumpily sits there. Next, Xena is once again in the English manner, being employed to make things. This time, she is bringing a mold of a gate and a sword and trying to construct it using soil, of course, to the dismay of the fancy people, dirtying up the interior of the luxurious carpet. Now we have Jimmy Neutron, who is working at the bakery. He's responsible for cleaning duty. He ran off into the bathroom for a moment to look up instructions on how to clean, to research how to cleaning methods. And he settled on getting these 9 the 9 walking doll houses. Clean the 9 doll houses with a hose with his robotic dog as he munched back on some croissants. Right. Let's acknowledge some stuff. It was Rang, right? Rang. Ranghe. Easily one of the weakest. It's an old one too. Ranghe, which is Annie. Still stucky with which is rules or rule. It was something else. That's good enough. Good enough. Alright, folks. That's a wrap for HanziHero today. We're gonna watch this later. Shit. You're more than welcome to follow along. Grab HanziHero for yourself, right? Give it a try. There's a 100 character trial for this. Always welcome the occasional question, exchange some stories, share some strategies, some experiences. Always welcome to banter a bit. So, for those who are only interested in HanziHero, 大家下次见. I'll see you guys next time. What we're gonna do next is to do our candid conclusions for Phantom X. So I'll be back for that. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around a little bit. I'm gonna be back. Thank you. All right, guys. Welcome back, everyone. It is our 10th session talking and, doing things related to FTP. And 10 is a great number. I didn't really plan on it, but the 10th session. So, we are one day away from the full release of the Persona 5 character arc, right? And I'll talk more about how I'm going to be moving forward. But this is my candid conclusion. So during any part of a project, right, there are some variations on how the project, but this is where I would say you could call this a review. So at a certain point with the experience, I tend to reflect upon the things, talk about it in a process, like a process-oriented way, organize my thoughts, maybe address a few questions that I can ultimately use as a point of reference for future talks or topics. And we're going to go over those points today. And I usually refer to them as a segment called Candid Conclusions. Right. So what is in a candid conclusion? Generally speaking, I do this three-step process, which I've been refining over the time now. The first step is we do a by the numbers. By the numbers, let's say by the numbers summary, maybe highlights. Highlights. So what are these things? These are the crude objective stuff. So this is where we build our basis for our later sections. Objective, facts. Things like how many, what, right? How many, what, how long, right? How long? What is the content? That is by the numbers. And this is where the entry point for most people, they just want to know how long is it going to take, roughly speaking, like on an average basis. This is where the statistics happen, right? Statistics. Features. So what's literally in the game. No stop, no arguments. It's purely objective, right? That's where we start with that, because most of the time, if you get that information, I am assuming, or maybe presuming, that an individual can take this type of information and make a decision on their own, on what is interesting to them. They're not really here for someone's commentary or whatnot. They just want to know, if I'm gonna get into FTP, what am I to expect objectively? That's it, right? So we go over that because I'm in a period in which I can do that now. The next section is step 2. Step 2 is when I apply some subjectivity, and we apply archetypes. So when I mean archetypes, I'm referring to consumer archetypes. Consumers. So these are hypothetical models. Right. So now we're talking about expectations. Interests. Maybe some projected value system. Right. And for this section, I'm gonna emphasize one more thing before going. This is not, right? This is not comprehensive. It's never meant to be comprehensive. So these are called candid conclusions because they are not meant to be well researched, comprehensive things. That would take me way too long. It'd be like a 16-hour segment. I'm trying to keep it to 2 hours. Not comprehensive. So if I miss something, it'll be a pleasant surprise when you play the game. Generally, I'm covering the things that predominate in your experience of this game. Things that are upfront will account for 90% of the things. But the nuances are up to you. They could be deal breakers for sure. But the idea is the general consensus is most, not comprehensive. And I say that because all of these sections will impact by that. Because on two, I choose dominant archetypes. So the 3 dominant archetypes I'm going to be focusing on 2 are gacha, the casual, and a persona legacy player. So we're talking about a gacha legacy, a casual, and a persona legacy. Now there's a lot of other variations, but this will serve my categorization for applied archetypes. So this is where I take the objective facts, right? How many, what statistics, features, and apply a rudimentary hypothetical model, the gacha legacy player, as in someone who has played a lot of gacha games consistently throughout the years, their lifespan, and the persona legacy player who predominantly have played persona for the most throughout their years, and then the casual, which is both the gacha casual and the gacha casual is a state where you are interested in something, but you are not bound to it. There's no sentimental tether. So the casual can be both gacha and persona, and you'll see how I organize this in a sec. I try to do a little bit different each time, adapting to what is most talked about online. So number 1 stays the same most of the time because it's objective, it's rudimentary. Go to their website and they will probably list most of these things in some way, shape, or form. I'm going to list them for my purpose of number 2. And number 2 is applied some subjectivity, right? This is some subjectivity. And what I mean by this is I'm taking the subjectivity of others as archetypes. So from the perspective of a gacha legacy player, persona legacy, and a casual, in order to apply some sort of review process. Like, oh, but what if I'm someone like this? What if I'm slightly apprehensive about gacha? That kind of thing. And then 3, and as you may have expected, then when we get to 3, these are my personal stuff. So personal experiences and anecdotes. That involves maybe in alternative predictions, right? Predictions or occasional hot takes, or maybe leaps of logic. So things that I may differ from what I see. So things that I'm a contrarian to on whatever happens, whatever is being shared in 2. And then lastly, this section tends to also include future things. So like predictions, right? Future predictions, future ideas, or trying to be a little, to read into it, like design and whatnot, like what are good ideas for the future, etc. So these are my personal takes and they will be highlighted in blue. So this is usually how I go about these candid conclusions, opening opinions when I start each project. This is the structure that I go go through most of the time. I start with the objective stuff, then the archetypical stuff, all the other people's opinions, like pick a structure that fits whatever the project is talking about. And the most concerning thing about this game is, from all the like media and stuff, is gacha and persona. And what I mean by gacha is the idea of a mobile gacha game, and then persona as in the series Persona, and then the casual, because these are the really most vocal dominant ones, and I'm going to structure it this way because they're the most relevant. And then 3 is whatever I want to say, that either contrarian or what have you. These are my personal opinions, so this produces a balance. If you're only interested in what an objective person or an objective thing would say without the tether of archetypes like categorization and classification, which is generalizations, and then 3, any of my personal takes, just look at the yellow, right? Or in the beginning. So that's where we're going to go in. So this is candid conclusion. This is supposed to serve, so it's non-comprehensive, and it's supposed to serve a tentative point in which I can summarize certain things, because oftentimes people ask, oh, can you summarize? Give me the Skippy. This is my attempt to summarize. And my summaries are like 2 hours long. Unfortunately, if I boil it down to 10 minutes to 5 minutes, I will gladly share some P5X, largely some Persona fans who make content for that very reason. I personally do not want to overlap with those individuals who find it very, very comfortable for them to summarize their experience in small amount of time. I usually stream, record, and provide commentary on nearly 6 to 7 hours of footage. So boiling it down to in this game, I'll share the stats a little bit later, boiling over 60 hours of this game or more to 15 minutes, in my opinion, is something that I think a lot of people do, and they do very well. For myself, I kind of want to spin it in a different way, where I want to highlight how I think about my decisions that I make in the beginning. I like all the reasons why I'm playing this game, why I'm doing this game, what I predict in this game, and then at a specific time of a logistical completion, I reflect upon that, be interested in all the news and PR and community around the thing, and then provide my personal thoughts about it, while gathering all the other perspectives, the most loudest perspective. It keeps me sober. It makes it so that I am not the sole dominant charge of my own reality, that type of thing. And it makes for a more thought out portfolio for future things. Like, I don't want to give the people, or like anybody who's interested, the impression that I only care about what I think. Personally, I think that's unprofessional and it is unempathetic. Now, it works for people's brands if they want to do that. Then businesses and other people and developers will know. For myself, if someone is asking me for critique or feedback, it's going to be including these things. First, we must talk about all the things that are actually in the game. No comments, no opinions, just what do we see? What did we encounter in the game? If there's a bug, there's a bug, right? And then second is to see what it has become of everyone else. And then I form my own opinions. So for myself, I observe before I review. And that's my professional critique of my own integrity. This is how I perceive professional integrity. For others, a straight-laced guy who always speaks their mind might be your cup of tea. I am not that type of person. I don't necessarily ever speak my mind without having to consider public affairs. Because if you're becoming a public speaker, someone who loads something onto the internet, I think you have it. I think one should be professionally responsible for what they say, despite trying to be honest. Like, honesty is also can be acquired by being emotionally sensitive to other things, right? And that's kind of my take. That's why these are candid stuff. It's a little bit more unhinged than usual. I really like this. I like what I choose to do, so I have some emotional impact on it. All right, so let's get started. Let's do this. So we got our colors. So I'm going to organize it a little bit different so that it can be viewed much more pleasantly. I think I'm going to use two different spectrums of our color. What color do we do? Green? So we have green. Let's go with like this green to highlight the different archetypes. So we have the gacha over here, right? And then we have the persona over here. And in the middle, we have the casual. So now we have our left, our right, and our middle, right? And now we're going to go over some of the brass tacks, some of the features. These are the three archetypes that I will be talking about. We have the gacha legacy person. Now, you can be more than one of these categories. Well, the gacha legacy person is someone who is very familiar with the history of gacha, as in how gacha is integrated to free-to-play models, how proliferative they are in the mobile, at least somewhat cursorily understanding what are the gold standards of gacha, what is acceptable, expected business practices, and then how it was honed and affected by consumer interest, right? And then we have all the way on the other end, the persona legacy. So those who played Persona 3 and on, because the very specific persona we're talking about today is postmodern, the modernization of Persona, which is Persona 3. 2 and 1, maybe it'll have a remaster in the future to introduce that, or they might completely remake it to the modern standard. But Persona 3, Persona 4, Persona 5 specifically. And we're not talking about strikers, tactica, or dance, right? Dancing under the starlight or something. Or Persona 4 Arena. Those are spin-offs and they do not tackle this type of thing. So for those persona initiated people, and then any form outside of that is considered casual. So as in someone who they may have played a gacha game or two for like 2 hours, not so sure about it, on the fence. And then Persona, might have played Persona 3. I'll reveal where I am on it in the third process. So let's go into our brass tacks stuff by the numbers. So gacha, in order to summarize this fairly quickly, for gacha, lots of currency, lots of currencies, right? It is what you gold standard for currency. And what do I mean by lots of currency? Tiered materials. So whenever you have some form of cumulative upkeep, right? When you have cumulative upkeep, so lots of currency. This is for accumulation purposes. So when it comes to standardized gacha, any sense of accumulation or some people might refer to it as progress, is in the form of a currency. So there are tiered materials. Everything is tiered, from your platinum tickets and gold tickets. That's for your gacha. So this is for your banners, to your leveling material, right? Leveling material. Every single subsystem has a leveling currency, and they are tiered, right? At least I can see at least 3 tiers. So you have like books, or they're called compendiums or something. We'll just say books, gems, or gears, gems, right? And then you even have a premium versus like free to play, right? Conversions. So lots of currencies. Every form of accumulation of progress. The net worth of your accounts and your progress is represented in cumulative currency. So how much gems have you spent? When your characters are all level 50, that is worth a certain amount of currency, which depicts your progress and the value of your accounts. Your there's others like awakening, how many copies you have. All your personas are tiered, although personas are already tiered in nature. That's why some things translate smoothly, some things don't, right? But they are all facilitated by currency, right? So that's straight out of the gate. If you go into this game, you will be blasted by tier currencies, because progress is represented by that, not time played. So it is not time, right? That is not one of the things that, now you might be arguing, oh, but there are daily logins, and those are incentivizing for the currency. But when you're logging in, you're gaining currency. The currencies are what you're after for your activities. So when you're logging in, it doesn't necessarily require the activity. It's converting your time into a currency, and that's the measurement. When you play a single player game, like in the persona side of expectation, your time is the value that is being converted into the accolades. So your progress in the game reflects just your time, not a sense of currency or money. And that to me is where there can exist a problem, which we'll discuss later. That's there. You're not going to miss it. It's going to slap you in the face 8 billion times over. When there's going to be a new feature or a new subsystem, it's going to slap you in the face with new material, right? That is the element of progress. It makes it so one of the things about this type of currency system is that it makes most things asynchronous. It allows for asynchronous things, and this is my personal take on it. So this thing, it allows for asynchronous design. And what does that mean? It means that most subsystems will become modular. And modularity makes for a good gacha. Later down the road, when they try to add a new subsystem, they assign a new currency to it, and that subsystem will interact with other subsystem, but its distribution will be modular in nature. Like, hey, this is a new event. It's a persona leveling event. Here are the currencies available for that persona, for that event. Next will be a gear leveling event. So they would highlight the gears currencies. and etc. They already started one. It's called Rush, or something like Soul Rush or something, and it's for leveling or core rushing. I forgot what the specific word is, but it gives you all the leveling stuff. So that's the leveling books, the leveling parts, and the leveling gems, and that's it. Not the leveling up, like skill leveling, weapon leveling, and character overclocking. That's kind of what makes this type of design perpetually useful for a forever game, for a live service game. So then in the future, they are able to add subsystems without interfering with existing subsystems. All the currencies are compartmentalized. So hence when you get into the game, you're like, oh, hey, this is a new mechanic. Oh, of course it has another currency attached to it. Oh, I forgot coins. Lots and lots of coins and points. Coins, points. There's just so many, right? And the thing, a gacha player, if you're used to a standardized gacha player, this is on the gacha catalog. If you're used to this, you will know that that is the social norm to create asynchronous design so that when you pick up stuff, it's easy to compartmentalize them in the future. And a gold standard of that when you're on the gacha side is there are lots of it. This is what the depth of gacha is. When you go hardcore on gacha, it isn't like one currency. It isn't two currency. It's like 18 currencies with 3 tiers each and 3 different types of conversion pathways between the currencies. So is that excessive? Not to someone who's familiar with gacha. So we're placing that in the category of gacha, right? Now we have other things. On the persona side, and the reason I'm placing it over here is to all the way left is because it's not casual. This is not a casual gacha game. There are casual gacha games where when you play, there's like 2 currencies. One's a premium currency and one's not a premium currency. And you'll know what are premium things and what are not premium things. And they are not layered and baked into the things. You play most of the games with minimum tier system. You play the game and it releases the content and then use currency, either premium or not, to do that. Like, for example, Fortnite is a casual. You might not think necessarily Fortnite is have elements of gacha, but one of the rudimentary things is it becomes less and less gacha-like when there is less and less currency. So like free-to-play models tend to have like a loot box, right? And that is the only form of gacha, and the way to achieve those currencies is to play the game and get that one currency. Anything you do leads to the accumulation of a in-game currency, and then money leads to a monetary premium currency, and you cannot convert between the two. There's no like obfuscating and whatnot. And in the design, when you play the game, it does not have currencies and tier systems that are made to normalize what you can distribute. So this is a hard, like, this is not even, I'm gonna be real, this is a hard, for my personal take on it, this is a hardcore gold standard gacha. So if you're a casual and you're uninitiated by gacha and you don't like gacha, then it will turn you off, right? And if you're a Persona Legacy person, it will turn you off. So it's all the way on this side. It's all the way on the left side, not in between, not it's all the way on this side. Okay, so what does that mean for the other features in Persona, in P5X. It's actually way harder on the right side too. Now, I think when I think about features that are really hard in the right side, is probably not even close to the gacha. So it's, let's say it's about in between here. Some features. You have your classic turn-based combat. So it's turn-based, and that's in between casual and persona. I actually think casual turn-based leads to a casual feel. Active turn games are really casual, but in turn-based, it's like a bit of a mix. It has some cozy feelings. It doesn't. What is very hardcore is probably the setting. So narration. Maybe like here. So narration. Not so far to the right, but pretty good. So narration, setting. So, and then here we have the social links. Social links are in city life, right? Path systems, so procedurally generated core content. That would be like the path of QQ is what I call it, and the path of II, where you run around speeding in a car. Sorry, a little bit of a spoiler. So procedure generate, and then you have your palaces, right? And I'm putting it a little towards the left because we'll get into that in a bit. So here we have these things. These things exist, right? These things exist, and they represent. And then when I say turn-based, we're gonna move into over here, and that is trying to capture the Persona Shin Megami Tensei system. So this is where you hearken to the gold standard of things like Megami or even Game Freak like things, which in my opinion MiHoYo, the Honkai Star Rail, adapted in that way. So we're talking about weaknesses, right? Weaknesses, long dialogues, permutations, different types of turn-based mechanics that play out and interact very differently. So synergies, right? Synergies, compositions. Now, one thing it does have in terms of this that is directed specifically towards the casual is automation of some of these features, some of these things, and that is there are pointers, accessibility pointers, so like recommendations. I'm not entirely sure how proliferative the Persona series that have these things. I think it's more of a casual accessibility things. So you have like sets, keyword functionality, highlight, and that makes it so that, hey, you know, you're not incredibly invested in the turn-based Game Freak ATLUS depth that you want, and you're still not like that, is still on the casual side, but you're not all the way on the Persona side and you want to dip in it. There is also a quick equip, like, hey, okay, I just want to get my characters up and running. Quick equip, then you learn from that, right? So there are sets, keywords, highlights, accessibility pointers. Go to point A, go to point B. That is something that is specifically for the casual. So waypointing, hyper traveling, shortcuts. No time limits. And what I mean by no time limits is no time limits on the core content. So there's no micromanagement. There's a lack of micromanagement, actually. Lack of micromanagement. Largely because when you have asynchronous design in gacha, you want to keep your game lacking that specific time management. The time windows are made to highlight the gacha components. So for the gacha side, there are time limits on these things. But that's what you're expecting. There are events. Right? Gacha events. So to keep it separate, the casual will largely focus on the core content and pick up the events every once in a while because they are casuals until they are converted into the gacha mania that it is. If you embrace the gacha, once you complete the core content or whatever the 1.1, 1.2s, and 2.0 launches for the core content, they have no time limit. You finish them as you go over time. The moment you say, okay, I gotta log in all the time for the events too, then you have become less of a casual gacha person. Now, for Persona, all the mechanics, the school life, the procedures, and the stuff would be on a time limit. It would be like micromanaging because the whole game experience is already contained. They can do that. They can overlay time limits when to finish things because it's at your own pace. But that's not this. That's not how the live service model would do it, or at least that's not what is presented here. There's none of that. And that's one of the things that Persona legacy players come to expect, sorting out your paths, how you negotiate and choose between multiple people to hang out with. There's a little bit of that, but it's inconsequential. You can speed up time whenever you want. You can slow down time whenever you want. You can drop anything at anywhere without consequences. You can even, which is, I think, a casual thing, you can even die or get defeated with 0 consequences. And that leads to the benefit of casual things. This leads to testing. Now, this could be on the Persona side, but I don't think it's for a Persona legacy player. You can freely take advantage of this trial, right? It's, in fact, I might even think it's a boon for the Persona design, to make it more casual forward. But in this case, I don't think that's associated with the Persona perspective. You get punished for being greedy. You get punished for mismanaging your stamina. You get punished for picking. You get a trade-off. If you choose to hang out with this person, you can't hang out with this person at the same time. Now, in this game, certainly that decision comes up, but it's inconsequential. You can just speed up the time and then do it in the next one. And in the next one. There's no missing opportunities, no timing involved. And some of this micromanagement nuance is one of the core concepts of Persona games, right? And then it involves replaying the game again to do all of the stuff. You can compartmentalize in your way. In this game, none of that, because it's for casual and it is more compatible with a gacha system. So they remove that. I want to emphasize this because this is my take on this. This type of thing right here, 0, it complements a gacha system. It doesn't complement the legacy of Persona games, which is lots of micromanagement, overlapping paths. Even like path choices, right? Or consequential choices. And this leads to like nuance of difficulty, right? Difficulty in nuance. Some might even say sweatier, right? That says sweetier. Oh no, that says sweatier. Just kidding. Right. So none of this, it is antagonistic to this. So if you're thinking now, oh, I'm a Persona Legacy player, dang, where's my super in-depth? And then it's also opposite of a cohesive web, because a cohesive completed web, because it's not complete, right? So when you think about social life and like stories, right? Completed things, like all of these things right here, all of these things, you're thinking about completed things, as in the narration is all written, so it will have all the designs and timings in settings, social links, city life, they're all completed and in its entirety. That is not in this game. That's why it's in blue. It's not in yellow. Things are not completed yet. This is a live service game. It has gacha components, so things will be introduced modularly. And what happens is, in my opinion, people will think it's disjointed, in my opinion, right? And I'll get into that in a bit once I cover. So we have all your trappings in a streamlined fashion. So I call this a streamline. So all of this has been streamlined. Streamlined and modular. But it's still there. It's still there. So all your Persona stuff is still there, but it's streamlined and modular. When it's streamlined, they're trying to connect how all the modular stuff. So there's going to be a disjointedness to it. Like, oh, it doesn't flow as well here. Oh, this one looks kind of chunky with this. This dialogue doesn't quite line up with these characters. And then what's happening with these characters are done like you could unintentionally or intentionally do this out of order with this. There's a little bit of disjointedness, because a lot of times these subsystems are now kind of viewed as separate things, right? And then they want to develop all of them as they go. Like, hey, I guess we're gonna try to release some social links this time around, and let's go and release some other things. Now, one thing that I'm not sure if Persona has, because I only played Persona 3 and 4, is what is also here, and I think it's more casual friendly. It's not a gacha thing, but it does have currency in it. Is mini games. So there are mini games, and I usually call it the cozy vibe inclusions. So we have baseball, soccer, and I know there's going to be peeps out there. I don't actually know if Persona peeps have a problem with soccer, but soccer is Japanese. So this is a Japanese, and actually the Chinese is not even close to either, but soccer, okay, all right. And then we have band, right, music, and that kind of quintessentially captures a lot of the things that happen in social life, and it's casual. It keeps it casual. I think the band thing is a little less casual than the other two, but there will be more. I'm sure there will be more mini games. Mini games is a mainstay of casual reception. When you think of hardcore stuff, we got that too, but it's actually a little bit different. So I kind of want to place this over on the gacha side of things. It's kind of a mix. So this one is like all three categories. I feel like it's inspired off of Persona, so we'll throw this as an exception. And that is the forever game inclusions. Now, these aren't originally, in my opinion, designed from Persona inspirations. This is a hybrid gacha replayability thing that, in my opinion, has been spawned from indie trends. And these hybrid forever game things are trials. I'm not sure if they're in Persona 5 because I haven't played Persona 5. But trials, Companio Nightmare, Sea of Souls, and character arcs. So events, character arcs. So what I mean by this is it's part of the gacha model. It's actually far more so a free-to-play model where you will have seasonal challenges. And there's quite a lot of them. And this is where it can be a little contentious because I would probably file this under gacha design and free-to-play design, where you need a modular mechanic that holds you over until the next major content update, which is here in the middle. So you have trials, you're going to try to score farm, right? You're competing, score farming, increasing more challenges. Now, the reason I placed it over on the Persona side here is because I actually think this is the stuff that gets you really sweaty for what Shin Megami Tensei games are. So like, if you want to know how much damage you can do, if you want to know how much you can min-max, squeeze out synergies, take advantage of one mores all into one outs and then into synergies to perform the best, or you want a boss to negate you like completely wholeheartedly and then try to squeeze the puzzle game into it, that's Shin Megami Tensei. Like, that's how the hardcore stuff, that's the stuff that I personally really enjoy. Like Clear Obscure's Simone fight, it's there to challenge both your theory crafting in turn-based restriction, while at the same time engaging and making most of your knowledge worth accumulating. And so this actually scores points for both sides. It works really well for the current. It works actually all three. This works for all three, because on the casual side of things, in order to increase replayability and encourage the casual player to continue playing, they can aim for higher scores. They can aim for that thing. So each day when they come back casually, they're going to see, oh, can I take on this, right? And this, in my opinion, is held from the indie trends. What does that look like? They're probably going to incorporate far more like this wave design roguelike elements. In fact, I think there was already a teaser for like a 1.1 or 1.2 inclusion of roguelike elements where you go through waves where the modifiers stack, and your choice of modifiers, you might have to choose modifiers like a buff and then a trade-off and whatnot. That creates the forever game loop. It's the thing that makes indie games incredibly trendy right now. Roguelike deck builders, standard quality of life replayability is to have some sort of leaderboard. This game has it. Leaderboard, friendly leaderboard, be rewarded for the leaderboard. That's where the gacha integration happens. So you get rewarded for playing the leaderboard, just for playing the leaderboard. And then you get rewarded for being really good at the leaderboard. And it maximizes all the permutations of the turn-based system or whatever system they have. So you are pushed to the brink, while at the same time you can be as casual as possible, because just trying gets you currency. So if you're a casual, you try and you're like, oh yeah, that's kind of a tough one, not for me, but I'm gonna collect my baseline reward, which is gacha, like the currency, right? The currency system. And then if you're doing really good, you get currency, you get a little bit more, and you get accolades, and it increases the replayability of the game until the core. So this is probably the most shining example of what makes the game, free-to-play games, incredibly habit-forming and addictive. It is the gold standard for developing and quickly ironing out your forever game. Constant seasonal changes without a lot of subsystem changes. You milk, you re-rotate, you churn, push the limits of your system. So it's funny because that also happens to coincide with Shin Megami Tensei philosophy. That system has been churned, refined, challenged. When you enter a boss fight, if by the end of a Persona game, if it doesn't feel like it's like, what else can they do? You've already had enough. Potentially even it overstays as welcome. That's the Shin Megami Tensei thing, where there are 12 elements. You bet there's something that negates one of everyone, two of everyone, three of everyone, all of them at once, every so often, and every type of permutation in between. So because of the nature of gacha and the nature of casual forward free-to-play games, you have these things. And these things will carry, in my opinion, well, likely, that's why I'm writing in, but will carry this game's longevity. That is what keeps, Fortnite, and your Path of Exile. It's constantly churning on your fundamental systems. In fact, a great example is if anyone is interested in Path of Exile, right? And you look at Path of Exile, there's like, when they were announcing it, it's like a lifetime's worth of subsystems on top of each other. And that keeps replayability alive. So that's where this is. Now, on top of that, though, Persona has story and narration, and that is a little shifted to the left because it's more casual for it. It's not the really long, completed, cohesive web micromanagement system, largely because the game is going to continue to have more systems added. So it's going to be like cookie cutting. It's going to feel like Lego blocks, but they're not fleshed. Right? When you build a Lego model, you build it off building blocks. It doesn't come as one single piece. Like, if you're a Persona player, you want your statue to be single milled statue. It looks perfect. No grid lines, no like connecting points, right? And a gacha game, especially a free-to-play game, is a building game. Over time, the game will feel a little bit more and more complete. It won't ever be able to shed connecting points, because that modularity is great for both gacha design, the casual player, more so than constantly waiting, right? To keep a free-to-play game alive, one has to negotiate that you're not waiting 2 years to update the game. You want to update the game at least once a month for seasonal changes, and then every 3 or 4 months for a major patch change while those are looping. So the core aspect, the thing that you will probably end up spending most of your time over the course of P5X is this. Trials, Carpendiums, I forgot to include, and these are also in yellow, right? These things exist. Sea of Souls, character arcs, and even like Realm of Repression. Right, these are your resources. You will end up the highest focus, the things that you will be ingrained in, you know, in a person who plays a free to play game are the things that you do most of the time. And then from every 3 or so months, or maybe every character arc, that's why this is kind of in blue, because I like that they have character arcs. Generally speaking, other games wait for their core updates, right? And then you just do your bootstrapping, your dailies, your weeklies, right? So what are other gacha tropes here? You have dailies, weeklies, right? Seasonals, passes. And what's ironic about this, in my opinion, is these are like kind of disliked things from the Persona group, like the Persona legacy, and yet playing Persona games legitimately embodies this kind of essence. Like, I actually think things like this, passes and stuff, doing incremental things, it has the Persona essence. Like the underlying motif of Persona, spending day in and day out, managing your habits, creating things. So for me, this is a hot take. This is Persona. Like learning what the keywords are, learning what the sets are, the highlight waypoints, because you get really used to it. It's habit forming. And that's why here, this system that's core to gacha games and free-to-play games remind me of what Persona is. Not the characters themselves. Like, we're not talking about the narration and playing those role-playing stuff. I'm talking about the activity that the character themselves are doing. They're going to school, and then you're doing that incrementally. So what is that? You're doing dailies. You're doing weeklies. Every so often, you have an event, like an exam, to prepare for, and then if you do pretty well, your passes pay off more than you, like if you invest in next month, you get more return because maybe you decide to join a club and invest in money in the club. That's a pass. That's a battle pass. So I'm speaking from like a more of a anecdotal reflection thing, right? And free to play games, for me, that's kind of why I like Persona games. Like, it takes that aspect and it normalizes it into a role-playing game. The idea of trying to micromanage all your habits while having an overarching big project. In this case, obviously, the doom of the world and all that stuff, or the loss of emotional desires, hope, villainy, that type of thing is the main event. That's the video game within the game life. So it's interesting that players don't find that very poetic, where they revolt against the essence of Persona. Here's a personal hot take on this. I thought P5X would happen sooner. Because unlike, in my opinion, unlike what Persona, a lot of the loud minority, I like to think that the loud minority hardcore Persona fans are saying, gacha free-to-play model, it's with Persona is like a design made in heaven. Like, the social life legitimately writes itself as a gacha free-to-play game. The narration legitimately supports the design of a gacha free-to-play game. Now, the emotional side of things is a really strong one, right? You can bring in the matter of money. You can bring in the matter of perceived complexity. Life is, to me, when it comes to life is as complex as you make it. The idea that you are conflicted about having gacha in your game is a complication your emotions made for you. Whether you participate in the gacha or not, I would have to say, when it comes to those currencies, in my opinion, the gacha part right now is fully accessible. And I will include my, like, by the number facts. So things that are true about me is I played for more than 60 hours. I have completed up to the current ATLUS. So there was a teaser for like the conclusion of Palace 2, right? Coming soon, which is happening, I'm gonna guess, in 3 days, when the week set, when the one of the week events things end, there's gonna be the second conclusion. I've completed up to everything that involves level 50, right? Level 50. So I understand all the existing subsystems currently. All of the subsystems, the trials, the Sea of Souls, all of that, the paths, and now it's more like I need to be level 60. But the 1.1 that's coming soon is going to go back to addressing the progression. So they might all autofill for all I know. The idea is, when I did this, I didn't even do everything, and I did it very quickly because the end of one of the business plans is to log in for 16 days. I completed at this task by 11 days. So that's their expectation. There's already a design in the game that tells you where their projected point is for a player's progress. And what do I mean by fully accessible? I have 95% of everything in the game. And when I mean by 95% of everything, the stuff that people are referring to, that, oh yeah, if you're free to play, you have to keep up with it, you're not going to get a chance for gacha and whatnot, you still get 95% of it. Now, a lot of times there's sentimental baggage with that. Oh, but you didn't get the best draw. Like, I don't have a Ren, right? I mean, Ren from Persona 5. I have every other character, every other banner outside of Ren, because guess what? I haven't even drawn that. I didn't even draw that. I have all my platinum coins and all my platinum tickets. I didn't even attempt to draw that. Through the gold tickets, I have 40 extra gold tickets, but I have every single banner except Ren, because I didn't even try to draw him. To me, that is an incredibly generous launch title. Now, it might change in the future. Maybe like, oh no, gold tickets will be fewer in the future. We don't know that. What I can tell you now is at the launch and you do all the tasks, you're nearly assured to get everything that you will likely use and want to use, because I'm not using like half the other characters, but they're all level 50. I've leveled all of them to level 50. They're all level capped. And now I'm waiting. And I didn't do anything extra. I didn't even complete all the palace exploration yet because of level 50 being lower than level 50. And there's still more. So if you're referring to like, if someone is saying, oh, I hate gacha, I'm just going to downvote this because it has gacha, and because it's gacha, it's going to limit your accessibility. They're always going to pigeonhole the gacha. The gacha, in my opinion, again, I already said this, the gacha complements the persona's ideas. And it's in my opinion, surprisingly brilliantly. Now, it's also coincidental. So I'm highlighting the idea that Persona's design, like the way the game is laid out by time, you have to wait for the right time to meet someone, and you have to do things slowly and progressively work towards the stairs, like work towards the palace, like every so often get into the palace and go up, right? Explore more of the tower and whatnot. I think the one disjointed thing was actually not fully embracing the Persona series' tower floor system, because then you can just complete a floor and stop, complete a floor. This game's thing is that they made the entire tower and they gave the ownership to the casuals. As in, you can choose how long you want to spend in the palace. Like, oh, they're really big, so don't do it in one sitting. But they allow you to do it in one sitting. In Persona, that's not true. In Persona, you have to clear up a floor to a certain amount, and then you do all the required prerequisites, unlock the stuff, and then you gain access. So it is restricted in a way that time is not casual. So that is a little bit of a divisive point, but it's all there. And that's kind of neat. So when it comes to the base core, and I call this the 1.1, so the 1.0. So as of the 1.0, I decide to choose to do this conclusion because I'm doing it at the 1.0. Everything's just capped. I have no use for resources right now. And I have not completed the stuff. I didn't complete all the trials, like all this stuff. I didn't complete all the palace things. I didn't finish like area 4 and 5 of the path of I just call it I. And all my things are capped. Like basically I just sit there and I either decide to pick up a new weapon and level the weapon, pick up a new banner and I guess level the banner. That's it. Like no, there's it's incredibly generous. I think it might actually be a little too generous, but I understand what they're trying to do, because there are people who want the convenience, so they buy, and I like that. There was also a comment about like gacha being stuck in front of you. Okay, so let's go into the next thing. I said more about myself than I said about the other things. So let's talk about some criticisms that have been raised. And I think the vocal ones is not the gacha ones. What is there? Let's do the persona guys. So when you're thinking about persona, there are clearly some things that will be not so great. One of the things that persona people will have problems with, like a legacy, if you consider legacy, is probably most of this. And that is there is no longer a traditional leveling system, right? There's no, like, the sense of progress is catered by materials. It's a currency heavy materials for everything. So you're not converting time directly into progress. So that is a disagreement. This is a minus 2 points. It's probably the biggest point that Persona has. Things are disjointed. Leveling is not tied to everything else. So like when a Persona levels, its skills might level up too, which then its skills level up, it might scale to attributes. All of this is designed in a cohesive way. But in this game, it's disjointed. It's disjointed because each property of the things, if they can break it up as much as possible, they will add a currency, a material to do so. So you do have to level up your persona, which you have to level up separately with separate materials. And then you have to level up your teammates, your contracts separately. Then you have to level up your weapons separately. As many subsystems as they can to provide more currency. So this, in my opinion, is one of the biggest detractors for long-staying Persona fans. Everything feels a little disjointed. And then because of that, there's also the social life aspect and the narration, right? Narration and setting. This part is disjointed too. Because in order, this gets like the -1. Because this here is all, these things are also attached to a currency. And that's the stamina system. As opposed to time, which they don't view it, Persona fans don't necessarily view that as a currency. Although to me, like, hot take, this is the base currency. Here, this is the currency. So when you miss a character interaction, it's because of time. But instead, this was gained. So now time is a boon. So for casual people, when you think of this is the biggest bonus for a free-to-play game, for its core material. No time limits, as in, like, it's asynchronous. This supports play at your pace. And in a different way. Play at your pace in a different way. It allows you to dictate the order. You can break it at any time, break your concentration. You can even argue this is an immersion breaker. For like continuity. So that's where the disjointed thing comes in, right? So when I'm talking about this is a -1 point for Persona. So that's ultimately how you get to the 7-ish. Or like, not even, there's more points off. So another thing would be the complete lack of these things, basically. So the complete lack of timing, cohesiveness, complete web, that's another -1 here for Persona, because you want your stories to lead into this story, and all the characters feel like they occupy the same world. So if something happens in this character, it interacts with this character, and then when you're together, they interact with it. But in the gacha world, it's casual forward. So what is casual forward, and what's pro gacha? For pro gacha, you have this stuff. And one of the biggest things that are pro are character arcs. That's one of the strongest things working for gacha. Because a gacha player wants to collect their favorite characters. And be welcome to some original characters. But gacha is about collecting, and a lot of times the collecting deals with favorite characters, and those characters are original at some point, but they are established originals. So you look forward to collabs, and you know the first one is Persona. But hot take, it's not going to be only Persona 5. It's probably going to be Persona 3. It's already been slightly talked about. Like the idea Chihiro, I think, was it Chihiro or Chidori? I think it's Chihiro, right? Chihiro from Persona 3. And then when Persona 4 comes out, right? When Persona 4 Revival comes out, there's going to be a cross collab with that. Now, I know the game is called P5X, but it's not saying that P5X can't cross over. So, like, others can cross over. So there's going to be a P5X, right? There's going to be a P5X crossover with P4. The idea is this is the gacha stuff. This is what they look for. They want more things to collect. It's fun to collect things. So this would be like a plus one for gacha, right? You can kind of see like there's a balancing act here. So a +1. All the other things like having a narration, right? Narration, setting, the social life stuff, it complements gacha games. So it's a +1. It's more, in my opinion, than you would kind of expect from a gacha game, because it's vignetting. Gacha games are vignetting. You know, when you pick up your favorite magic card, there's a flavor text on the bottom. That flavor text is as nuanced as it can be based on the person's collection. But collecting, it's about collecting. You get all the other things from those respective properties. So for a gacha game to collab with Persona 4, Persona 3, and Persona 5, they will include things you can collect, like memories. You collect memories of them. So that means if you liked Persona, if you liked P5R, and you like gacha, then that's P5X. Now, if this, what I just said here, this idea is a -1, maybe like a -0.5 for Persona. Oh, those who only like Persona. And I think I was a little brutal here. This is more like a -0.5, right? They don't want super, like a Persona legacy person. They want more to the Persona universe, especially Persona 5. They don't want more Persona 5's universe. They want a Persona 6, something novel, right? They're looking for novel, not a recollection. Gacha games are about collecting memories, about nostalgia. You know, it's quote unquote a lot of times cashing out again on something because you like collecting them. Like if you like Pokemon, you if you collect a Charizard, like a stuffed Charmander, right? And then you see another stuffed Charmander that's different. If you're thinking from a gacha perspective, like, oh, I want that. That's just another version of Charmander. I love that nostalgia. Let's just collect as many Pokemon stuff as we can. Meanwhile, if you're invested in like a serialized depth thing, then you'd be like, oh, I already have Charmander. Let's like please make new Pokemon, because the old ones are old. They already overstayed their welcome. You know what? Our next Pokemon game, let's just, and I'm using Pokemon because you can kind of see the dissonance here. Like in next game, let's just only include the new Pokemon and not the old ones. That would be closer to someone of the Persona variety, in my opinion, where like I want new characters, I want a new universe. It's overstaying its welcome, right? It's stretched thin. Meanwhile, though, Persona is kind of a character collector too. It blends really well with character collecting, and Pokemon is a great example. Do you want to collect all the old Pokemon again? Some people will probably say yes. Like the next game will have even more Pokemon, but it will continue to include the old ones. P5X uses that strategy. That's what the design, at least their intent of that design. So moving forward, P5X is a paralleled character collector. This is character collecting. And to me, both the casual, one of the greatest trends right now is both the gacha community and the casual, hot take, character collection is incredibly cozy. So the value that this type of character, I didn't include the character collector. I was thinking about it as from the casual perspective, but there are a casual cozy genre is character collecting. And that means the basis of all its design is to make it so that the form of progress is collecting the characters, not aptitude in design or like challenges, like complex systems and webs of unravelable webs. We're talking about going outside, walking for an hour at your favorite place, and then going to another place and walking for an hour, taking pictures along the way, and you're collecting memories. This P5X free-to-play games in general, one of the quintessential free-to-play games, how people measure the value of a free-to-play account is how many things you've collected over time, because your time is converted into a collection. Now, there is a little bit of a stigma here, but you're not collecting physical things. Right, I get it. That is a problem. Now, for those who collect physical things, maybe P5X leads to merchandise, and then you can buy the merchandise, but that is another form of gacha. And what I mean is, it's gacha adjacent. You are spending money on material goods that are related to consistent rolling over sharing. Is that okay? Yeah, it's your prerogative to use your money. For myself, I want to share a personal anecdote. I have problems with materialism. I'm not so great. I'm not great with materialism. Right? Limited space. I will get carried away with collecting things, but I can do it virtually. That's fine. You know, you literally collect gacha in this game to display in your room. Now, yes, you're not going to own it. If the game server closes down, then it's gone. But you only live once. So it's nice to know that you can collect physical things. That's perfectly all right. You know, big brain thinking. My big brain thinking is one day, if you commit to something like this, maybe the developer, the future of how gacha games and collection games work is if you collect everything and you can redeem it for, like, I don't know, a miniature or something that states that you do, and you can collect them there. That That would be pretty neat evolution of it. But for now, this, in my opinion, is how you can get that collection fix without destroying the organization of your home, for example. Like, I can buy things with virtual currency that I'm not going to randomly collect on shelves. I have knickknacks and I have things. These are memorabilia. This is what the character in P5X is doing. They're collecting things from your real life interactions, right? People give you gifts, you collect them, you showcase them. In this game, it captures that social life. You create social links. They don't have to be balls to the wall, highly narration, melodrama stuff. It can be average things. Working at a crepe store. Oh, all the characters say about the same thing when they introduce themselves. It's because that's kind of pretty normal, but not expected of a Persona game. A Persona game, you have your characters fill in all the gaps, right? You have a character that is, and that does, it is here. It is here in this game. You have a shy character. You have a proactive character. You have an older-ish character who's out of touch. You have a character that's socially awkward. You have an edgelord. They're covering that. And this game already started with 7 to 8 of the basic archetypes. And yes, 3 or 4 of the main archetypes are romance targets. It is a little bit non-uni, like, it's a little bit on the masculine side, so that is something to be expected of the Persona games, but not so receptive to like the casual audience or the gacha. So that is a part that might not change. Like, your character is perceived as male, and then the characters that you're romancing are female. So, but statistically, the people that are interested in Persona and the people that they know their target audience. Now, would they have considered creating 2 characters at once? That is something that, in my opinion, would be a detraction. So, when we think about the casual, then there's probably a lack of inclusion. Right? A lack of inclusion, which, like a minus 0.5. Right? Or like not interesting, like indifference. Like this is less interesting because in fact it's more closer to a Persona game when it comes to the choices and the subject matter. Like, you might not like mascots. Mascots are weird. Why have an owl companion? That's kind of weird. Personas look weird, and they will continue to look weird. It's not for everyone. And where do those type of casuals go? They go to Genshin, MiHoYoverse, or maybe there's an opposite, a reverse MiHoYoverse, which emphasizes female, like male characters or something like that. You know, that's the take on being restricted to the source material to some extent. So with all this gathering, you can kind of see that it works really well for gacha. And I actually think gacha people who like play free-to-play games, are familiar with gacha, will likely find that Persona happens to fit really well with the format. So to wrap things up, I guess, a little bit, I do this last section is as a like a teaser. People like this stuff. I'm gonna try to provide a rating, right, out of 10, a number system. So so far it's been a little bit disjointed, but what I could kind of say is overall, despite gacha stuff, the take-home message is that P5X is a platform to tease the games that they have. P5X will include lots of memories from Persona 3, Persona 4, Persona 5, and probably even Persona 6. If Persona 6 comes out, there's going to be there's likely, right? So, Persona, right, let's put in a really different color. So, where I'm just going to write here. So P, let me even, so P5X is a platform. For Persona series. Much like Super Mario Super Smash Brothers Ultimate is a showcase of all the Nintendo properties and every other thing that they care about, right? Street Fighter is going to be a collaboration with SNK, right? That collaboration then led to Fatal Fury being resurrected. The success of P5X's platform is going to ensure Persona 6's future, right? It's not that without P5X they couldn't have made a Persona 6. They could have continued. They probably are concurrently making Persona 6. But meanwhile, P5X allows you to accumulate and collect all the memories of it. And despite that, the loudest minority, these are minorities, loud minorities would say, oh, to down with P5X, let's just tear it down. It's a waste of money. It's not, shouldn't exist. It brings more people to the Persona universe. And it makes it palatable in the sense that if you say which one you should start first, right? I had this question multiple times. Which one did you start first? Well, if most of the casual things, if all of any of these things seem like a hardcore thing, the gacha will kill it. So if you are if you are super casual in gacha, this is probably not for you. But if you are super into Persona, this is probably not for you. And if you are casual in the sense that you know enough about gacha and you are interested enough in Persona, this is for you. Because when you play this, it's going to make you want to wait for Persona 6. It's going to make you want to go back to Persona 3 when they add Persona 3 things in it. It's going to make you want to buy Persona Revival, Persona 4 Revival, right? And it's going to make you want to play P5R. Especially P5R, because that is the first collaboration. It has cutscenes from it. Tomorrow is... so I'm doing what's the future for this type of thing. Since this is a forever game, I'm basically covering all the character arcs when they're fully released, because that's kind of what they're doing, and I'm going to be covering all the core content update. So tomorrow is actually the day when all of Take Your Heart character arc is released, right? It's timed release, it's episodic. So it's gonna show me Persona 5 things. It's probably a capturing of one of the Persona 5 P5R's events, and then there's a memory system where you play back cutscenes from Persona 5 P5R. So I haven't played P5R yet. It's not gonna make me not want to play P5R. It's gonna make me want to pick up P5R and play it while I wait for the next content update for P5X. And yeah, I was thinking of doing it in 2026, where I go through like Persona 3 PSP, because that's the closest to OG that I own both the copies in the PlayStation 2 of FES edition and the OG Persona 3. I was gonna play PSP version, then the reload, Persona 4, pick up Revival by then possibly, and play P5R. In fact, I might even go and play Strikers and all the others too, if they become available. Striker and Tactica are available, and I'm familiar with those genres. And while I'm playing P5X, I expect that it will remind me of all those things, because it is now a platform. It is like when Minecraft decided to hire someone to make an RPG game, that's there. but the platform itself, that came first. Fortnite's platform came first. A platform came first before spin-offs happened. This is the reverse. And traditionally, in my opinion, statistically, the reverse has a lot of growing pains. You have lots of people that expect certain things, and the moment it moves to live service, it no longer is seen as a platform. It is seen as an extension of the mainline series. P5X is not a mainline series. Like a Dragon is having a somewhat better transition, because they decided, instead of the spin-offs and the sideline, the extra series, they made them into smaller games. So you could have smaller game design, which that's fine too. But guess what? Those games, they didn't do that well either compared to mainline games. This same year, Pirate Yakuza was released. It was so much less than Like a Dragon 8, despite all the hardcore fans loving it, right? You can see a huge dissonance. The hardcore fans like it. It's more Majima, right? And it pales in comparison. But this launch was a little different. P5X was very special, despite the huge pushback by a hardcore audience, because Shin Megami Tensei and Persona has often been what was the advertisement for P5X that people argue about? They said it was misleading to put P5X, one of the advertisement is a series that sold over 2 million copies, right? That is so small. And what else? It is true that because P5X represents the platform, at some point it is a representation of the series, not Persona 5, like P5R. And it's funny because there is a fact check of the fact check. Some people said it was a blatant lie because P5X didn't sell 20 million copies. Yeah, P5R didn't either. The whole series did. Despite how well it was received and how well Persona is doing now, 20 million across the lifespan of Persona is a very small audience. And it's a very small, dedicated, loyal audience, so that's great. I totally get that. The more loyal and the more hardcore it is, the less and less likely it will be successful to a larger audience. And in my opinion, if you don't want to play P5X because you're a hardcore Persona fan, and you don't want to, and those are probably the same people who won't play Striker or Tactica, that's perfectly fine, because even unlike Striker and Tactica, P5X is an alternative. It's a spin-off. It's an alternative. The collaborations are actually keep most of what's intact exclusive to Persona 3, 4, and 5, right? None of that is adulterating your memories. It is a fan service. It's to celebrate, hey, here's some Persona while you wait. No, it's not going to derail their development system. In no way did ATLUS share that. It's a presumption that people make. It's always, what is it? A or B? Is it better to do one or the other? The answer eventually is both. And in the spirit of Persona games, you eventually do both. You eventually become friends with everyone. You eventually explore all the paths. So this is more of something. Is it too much? Skip it. And I think the ones that I'm talking about are people who cannot open their minds, in my opinion, to the idea that there are people who find, if you recommend P5R as their first game, they probably quit in the middle of the game because it's too much. What is not too much? P5X. For the Persona side of things. Now the gacha side of things can still push people off because it's hardcore gacha. It might not be hardcore Persona, it's hardcore gacha. So I that is definitely something going to be difficult to overcome. It's a mindset that is built off your experience of gacha. And a lot of Persona players tend to not be people who play gacha. So as a personal share, I've played a free-to-play game for over 20 years. Like, I've maintained some sort of free-to-play game that plus or minus loot boxes, plus or minus gacha for over 20 years. Now, it's specifically free to play, though. In terms of gacha, the closest things are lot boxes and like packs. And I may or may not do those when I support the game. When it comes to the last gacha game, card games, collectible card games are the closest thing. And to me, I'm a casual gacha person. I'm actually a casual Persona person too. And in this case, in my opinion, it has become an overall success. So kudos. I hope they continue to make it worth it. So with all this type of talk, I will give you like the final thing, the rating thing, right? The rating thing tends to be kind of a fun little exercise in how reductive it can be. I will give you a number of all the things I said put together. So when we think of the different groups, so let's go back. So you have the left side, the gacha, the right side, the Persona fan, and the middle, the casual, right? On the gacha side, it's a win. It's a big win. So if you're someone who already am very used to gacha, playing P5X as a primer to asking yourself, do you like, are you gonna like P5R? Are you gonna like P3 Reloaded? If you are already familiar with gacha, it's gonna feel great. It's gonna feel far more than your other gacha games. Possibly because it has that persona. It captures P5R with the gacha. So for me, when it became the gacha legacy players, maybe casual Persona stuff, it's a 9 for them. It's a 9 out of 10 for those guys. Now for for Persona guys, right? Those who are just simply in it for the Persona, it's going to be like a 5 out of 10. Right? And then for the casual, which this will also what I saved for myself because I am a casual between gacha and Persona for these specific reasons. Maybe I'll become more of a hardcore Persona fan in the future. In 2026, I do plan on playing every single Persona game chronologically, but also remake chronologically. While I was doing that, P5X was released, so I want to maintain P5X, and it's a teaser for me. So I'm treating P5X the way a casual would treat P5X. It's a teaser, a primer. Do you like this stuff? If it's a resounding yes, minus the gacha systems, go buy P5R. You got this. Once you finish the core elements of this game, go watch the memories, tease P5R, play the character arc, and go pick up P5R. Right? Because you would have an essence, basically a built-in teaser for P5R. And then you're like, oh, that's good enough. Next time, if you keep playing P5X, eventually P3 is going to show up. It's like, oh, this is really good. Maybe I should go pick up P3 Reload. And there you go. That is what this platform is to me too. It panders to the casual. And the casual, in my opinion, in both these regards, will be a 9 out of 10. Right? For them. For 9 out of 10. And for me, personally, it's still a 9 out of 10. There are things that didn't quite work out, but we won't really focus on them too much. But overall, this, if you look at all these put together and you like kind of normalize, wiggle a little for population, that's, in my opinion, how it is currently sitting at 7 out of 10 on Steam. This is the breakup. You have the strongest vocal people, and the casual has a low weight. So casuals tend to have a lower weight. Because it takes extreme behavior to vigorously affect reviews. Casual weights would be like fluctuating, right? It would be fluctuating like, and it's much less consistent. As in the inputs, people are not compelled to write reviews when you're in the casual sense. Hence that casual games, cozy games like Cast and Chill that was released, there are going to be far more people who play it than write reviews for it. And then those who write reviews are typically positive because they have to be compelled to like it before they vocalize. That's kind of one of those natures of niche games. And Persona started as a niche game. So when a Persona game comes out, it is incredibly well received in terms of aggregate score because it is targeted towards the hardcore who was once casual, but they were only vocal when they liked it. And in this game, now that there is a legacy, when there's a change in the model, it creates a backlash. It takes time to adjust. It may never recover from that. But the nice thing is they did a wonderful job at separating it. Meanwhile, it is for the hardcore gacha person. Like, it's, to me, the reason why it's 9, and this probably has the heavyweight that is countering the Persona's heavyweight. And you get a mid, which is 7. It is very significantly noticeable for someone who has played gacha games that P5X is above standard. It is an above success because the systems and whatnot, like I mentioned here, complements the gacha system pretty well. Like the social life, the city life, how it's paced, and the narration, and how they decide to do it to implement. It's a astounding, maybe a coincidence or a well thought out design choice. Like when you think of live service games recently and the type of IP, namesake, and design choices compared to P5X, though there are far more examples that are well below what faces, and those games don't even exist anymore. Like for example, Suicide Squad, or Suicide Squad kills the Justice League, right? Concord, like Anthem. I think Anthem recently they announced that they're closing down the server officially. So there are games that when you think of their subsystems without establishing, right? These games are built to try to be a live service game. And but they adapted existing things they saw elsewhere to create that, and they weren't able to. Getting a 7 for a free-to-play gacha game, in my opinion, especially emphasis on free-to-play. Free-to-play games almost typically start out as a 7. If you can manage a 7, in my opinion, that's seen as a success. Because free-to-play games are building blocks. In another 2 years or 3 years, which I will still continue to play P5X as long as they continue. Right now, the game is at right before the end of Palace 2. In the actual story, they mention 7 sins. 7 palaces. Literally said 7 palaces. So, I hope that P5X manages to get to the 7 palaces. And maybe there's a side closing game. I don't really know. But by then, I expect a Persona 3, I like to expect, I reasonably conservatively, there will be a Persona 3 collaboration and a Persona 4 collaboration, and if not, a Persona 6 collaboration on P5X in order to cross advertise for the game, right? For their universe. It's humorous to me that they decide to call it P5X because the core mechanic and story is based on the world and mechanics of P5. But ultimately, it would be interesting if they ever rebrand the name, because maybe they do a spin-off, like it becomes more than just one, maybe two parallel ones. But I can kind of understand why they call it P5X. But it's more so a Persona platform. The game is Phantom X, right? It's Phantom X because they're phantoms, but then again, it's connected to Persona 5. It's a great place to start, but I don't think the title might be a little deceptive now, because I can imagine Persona 3 occupying a lot of things. They might take some stuff that was very popular when Persona 3 kind of wiggle its way in there. If Persona 4 Revival has a very popular functionality, they might add that subsystem into P5X, right? Because it's a free-to-play game, and free-to-play games are modular. So maybe with time, that 7 out of 10 becomes a 9 out of 10. That is with the support of their target audience. What does that look like most of the time? Terraria, Stardew Valley. Now, granted, I absolutely loved Stardew Valley from the start, and this is not any different for P5X. Usually most of the things I choose I love to do, but compared, if someone asked a Stardew Valley player, let's play vanilla 1.0 Stardew Valley, that is how you would get a 5 out of 10 for Stardew Valley 1.0, right? And that's not even a free-to-play game. It's what I call the essence of labor of love. But free-to-play games have to be a labor of love in order to be successful in the long term, because it is a reflection of the games that they are based on. So if P5X screams, oh, most of the casuals don't like Persona games, all right, then Persona 6 is just going to be more of the nuanced niche things, and we'll just be satisfied that Persona 6 will never be bigger and better or do experiments, because it's clear that the audience aren't interested in that. They're not interested in making Persona different, right? That's what free-to-play models do. They give you testing grounds for modularity. Like, one resounding success would be incorporating Persona 5 Dance in Persona 6. Like, yes, but put a rhythm game in my Persona games. Where does that come from? I'm no stranger to this. I am a Like a Dragon fan. And if there's any game series that is referring to incredible excess of slice of life things and microsystems and subsystems, is Like a Dragon series. And yes, Karaoke would be the one that I'd be referring to. But the Judgment series had a dance thing, which had 4 button inputs. The Persona P5X rhythm game has 6 inputs. Throw in dance for Persona 6. Like, they're gonna build on top of this stuff. And Persona P5X can be a testing ground for that. But generally speaking, I hope that this game, like this platform, continues to be successful, because I do like the idea that there's a casual version of Persona. Now, the gacha thing is a bit hardcore. There's no way about it. That's why it can be really well received by someone who is used to the gacha, because what they see is, wow, the ATLUS team collaborating and providing instruction for the Chinese team to do this game. So that's what a Persona game is like with gacha. And then what they're doing is they're comparing it with, like, I don't know, Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, and I know Genshin Impact is an action game, so we'll just use Honkai at this point. And then other attempts at turn-based free-to-play games with their own universes. This, in my opinion, as a free-to-play game, it punches well above the gold standard of gacha games. Actually, I'm kind of a contrarian. I don't particularly like that there's a very specific trend of gacha games where the character collection is due to catering to people's lust and specific needs, as opposed to convincing people that you'd be interested in it. Like, Persona is a very grim game. Persona's universe is incredibly grim. It actually reminds people, when you play the game, it reminds many of the gamers, especially younger gamers, all of the things you don't like about life, right? It kind of tries to romanticize the daily things that I talk about a lot. It's one of my draws to Persona, like going to school, getting good grades, making friends, socializing, making tough decisions, seeing tragedy, becoming hopeless, losing desire, literally losing desire in the game, literally but figuratively, kind of thing. Overcoming adversity, insecurities, bullying, villainy, gluttony, greed, sin. Most of these things have been the centerpiece of Persona. So the game embellishes it with, I didn't even talk about music. Lots of people kept saying, like, oh, it's basically all Persona P5R's music. It's like, yeah, it's really great music. I can't wait till they add a Persona 3 collab to add that music, and then Revival will give a chance for Persona 4 music to show up in it. And if you look at all the jukebox collections, which is there in the game, you can play the jukebox collection. It's about 1-to-1 in my opinion. It's more like 40%. 40% is P5X music, and then 60% is P5R, right? But then later down the road, it might be a third. It might be 20% P3 reload, 20% P4 revival, maybe like still 25%, like a little bit more P5R, and then P5X, right? It's a starting place. The music's great, and there are a lot of original tracks in the game, and that's more than you can ask for, in my opinion. Like, the tracks, there are a lot of tracks in a free-to-play game. My standard, to give you an idea of a free-to-play game, maybe 1 to 2 music tracks. A major update. 1 to 2 music tracks. This game has more tracks than like a 3-year-old free-to-play game has. And that to me is where the dissonance comes from on this, like, 5 out of 10. You don't know where it started, but when you're so used to excess, then humble beginnings are hard to appreciate. But in my opinion, it's awesome. It's incredibly outstanding. I found myself constantly saying, this level is too big. This level is huge. Like, the common day level for a game, for a free-to-play game, 20 hours, maybe 20 hours to like complete, despite even the most rudimentary, so repetitious, randomly generates them, like 20 hours. I'm past 60 hours, and it took me like 30 hours to 40 hours just solidly going through all the permutations of the levels. And yeah, they do incremental design. You start with the basics, and then it has a theme, and the 2 palaces are all themed. So the 3rd palace is going to be themed again, which makes it so that the 2 previous palaces mechanics don't exist in the third palace mechanics. Then the 4th, then the 5th, then the 6th. And I imagine there's some sort of theme in which it complements the type of villainy that the palace represents. The design, yes, you can say all the corridors look the same, or like they're repeated textures and stuff, but they are themed. That is above and beyond. Like some free-to-play games, they bootstrap through the same thing but have palette swaps and more gacha, but they don't create new interactions or themes for their content. And that is still sufficient to create gold standards, right? And P5X does more than that for free. I mean, your time is not free. I totally understand that. So when a Persona fan goes and say, "Oh, don't waste your time, just start with P5R," well, if that person decides to start P5R and quit after 10 hours, you can never know if the casual approach that P5X has would make that person more willing to play P5R. The same person that says, which one should I start with, P5R or P5X? And then a person comes in and say, always start with P5R, it's the better product. That same person would likely have quit if they tried another game that's too extreme and it was not for them, and they would never consider going back and playing a casual version of it. Right? When someone's asking first or which one should be first, you would say probably both. But the question is, do you want to take the deep end dive or the casual streamline dive first? If there's any fail or default and worry about investment, you start with P5X. That's what I can say now. I honestly, kudos to ATLUS, Perfect Worlds collaboration, right, with SEGA, because oftentimes it is very difficult to take a risk and even support the risk. I hope you continue to support this game, the nebulous you, because now I can get people to be interested. I can share something. I can tell people that who know me, like, oh, what kind of series do you really like? And is there any way I can get into it and then we can share about it? P5X. Statistically, when you tell someone that they might be interested and you decide to throw them in the deep end because your nerd system, the specialist system in you, like the thing that you become spoiled and so normalized to, you're not aware that the person you're talking to, when they say they might be interested in, that means they're not hardcore fans. That you want them to become hardcore fans. So the chances of them becoming a hardcore fan is by data dumping and expository dumping onto them what you think. Here's my favorite irony in this. A lot of those hardcore Persona fans said the writing is plain and boring and is filled with exposition as a criticism for P5X's design, because they're just spouting all the stuff that they already know because they are fans. They've played Persona 5R. In fact, most of the Persona fans' comments are, this is not my Persona 5. I like Persona 5. You should just go play Persona 5. Well, the people who play P5X are not going to be the only people who are interested in who have already played Persona 5. This would include fans, and this would be future people. So when you say it's not going to be P5R things, you should play P5R, and then you do like a expository dump as a review, you are the character that you're criticizing in P5X. What is all that exposition for? That is to represent how hardcore Persona 5 is. Like Persona 5R. The exposition reflects how much stuff they have to go over for a casual person, like the uninitiated, like a person who's interested in Persona but they don't really know a lot about Persona. If they talk to you, you know, your hypothetical you, the person that is criticizing P5X for having too much exposition because you already know all this stuff, right? Man, who would ever like this stuff? Who would ever want to listen to someone explain all the concepts that you already know? The answer is you. Because when you go and try to convince someone to like Persona 5R, like someone asks you, oh, I'm interested in Persona. Should I start with P5X or P5R? And you're like, start with P5R. And then the person will ask you why. You will sound like the character you hate in P5X. Because how are you going to explain P5R? Well, you could decide you don't care. You just, you know, you don't care. It's not your friend. You don't want to explain anything. And you're just like, just play the game and you'll understand. That to me is how you compensate for it. And that's your prerogative. Personally, if I want to encourage someone to play a game, I would probably explain a lot about the game so that they don't feel betrayed when you're just gonna have a trust me bro situation. Like that's me personally. So here, when I'm reviewing this stuff, I've been spending like what 2.5 hours explaining some of the stuff. That's me. So what does P5X do? That it does just that. It has the characters explain as quickly as possible what P5R is about, and it still won't be enough. And the humorous thing about it is when a review says, oh yeah, there's a lot of exposition, there's a lot of data dumping, you might as well play P5R. If the data dump and the explainers are already boring and dreary in P5X, there is even more exposition and data dumping in P5R. Like, even more so. And to the detriment, to the cognitive dissonance of those fans, they are even consequential. Like, it goes even harder than that. I think whatever they're saying is very casual in P5X. Like, they're explaining things very loosely. And it's still very long, right? It's incredibly long. But don't forget that when you're saying that, you find it boring, you find it unnecessary because you're a Persona fan already. So that's reasonable. You can skip all those things. It's actually one of the features in this game. Hit escape and skip. Now, does that make you feel FOMO? That's probably where the review is coming from. There's an itch that you must scratch, and FOMO is its name. So there isn't anyone who's forcing you to play P5X, and it doesn't add necessarily, it's not adding to the canon of P5R as a universe, but it can sentimentally, as a person outside, add to P5R. So if that FOMO is too much for you, then that's perfectly fine. I think one of the things that kind of pave unintentional toxic fandom is the idea that when someone plays P5X, they think that they're going to get a misrepresentation of P5R despite P5X going to encourage them to play P5R. So that person will likely play 2 games, of which one of the games you don't play as a Persona fan. That type of minority voice. It's a minority voice, so I'm sure I'm not referring to a lot of people who would watch someone talk about mental health and behavior responses and decision making. I'm sure those individuals would say both. Do both. If you have time, do both. The idea is if you don't do one or the other, then a FOMO kicks in. And also, they're not competing with each other. Like P5X is not competing with Persona 6. Persona 6 and P5X are working for the same team. And then, in fact, there are different teams on both those games. Like, do you go to Metaphor and say, dude, why did you make Metaphor if you could be making Persona 6? Because Studio Zero is part of ATLUS. So how many of people in Studio Zero would be in Persona 6's development team? It's kind of like going to SEGA and say, stop releasing Sonic games. You should be working on your next Like a Dragon game. That is unintentional fandom toxicity. When someone gets initiated now, in my opinion, here's an anecdote. I have literally a new friend. Not the friend is not new, but I have a friend. Their first experience with Persona games is P5X, and it was a great. And they're not. I wasn't the one that encouraged them to play P5X. They mentioned P5X and reminded me the launch is now. So I started on P5X, but I was already a casual Persona fan. They are going to play it in a manner that, because of P5X, they're going to play the other Persona games, probably because they know if they like it. And it literally happened in a way that all of this is more of the things you like, as opposed to trying to cannibalize the series, which happens. You might be thinking, nah, this doesn't happen. It's probably a Persona thing. No, it happens with it. One would have to be living under a rock if you're into video games to understand that. I'm not saying this is a bad or a good thing. It's a natural thing. It's a combination of these things that happen for these games. When a Souls, like for example, when a FromSoft game takes a departure, it's going to happen. When Armored Core comes out again, it's going to be like, where's my next Dark Souls? It's like if Elden Ring gets a sequel before the next Dark Souls game or something, where's my Dark Souls? If Elden Ring doesn't come out, where's my Elden Ring? That happens. So I'm being generous. Trying to highlight all the possible dialogues. The major dialogues right now is that P5R, so here are some hot takes from the Persona gang, the unintentional toxicity. This isn't P5R. P5R is better. Okay, so if you believe that and you buy into the deep dive and stuff, go buy P5R. You're still supporting ATLUS and Perfect World and SEGA. That's awesome. That's a win. So despite the poor criticism, trying to bring down P5X and trying to kill P5X with your negativity, if your comment gets someone to play P5R, all the power to you. That's still supporting the developer. So that's good. Like, that's constructive. You disagree with P5X, but continue to support the series. Awesome. And then for gacha, it's a win-win-win. I don't even have to touch that. Like, if you play a gacha game and suddenly you're like, oh, I need to quit my current gacha game and play P5X, that's gonna be a win. I think Persona 3, Persona 4, Persona 6, and P5R is going to get a boon from this. Now, the casual people are where I like to hang out because most of this stuff is niche. Persona games are still niche. Like a Dragon games are still niche. They are the least niche games series that is so close to mainstream, but they are lacking a mainstream platform. Like so close. They're just inching closer and closer, but they constantly have to pull back to make sure that they're unintentional toxic fans. Unintentionally. Toxic passion. Toxic passion. You know, pushing exclusivity passion stays intact. So like a dragon, what they're doing is with every installment, mainline installment, is becoming more and more mainstream. So there's more the division, the divisiveness is becoming greater and greater. So they decided to implement a parallel game that constantly is a fan service towards like, hey guys, this is what you wanted, right? This is the thing that you keep asking for more of. Meanwhile, they continue to wiggle their way into a more and more mainstream thing with basically axing the old world. It might not sound like Persona 5R, a P5R to P6 transition, but when Kiryu transitions to Casca, it created huge division. However, after they committed to that and continue to do a labor of love, people like both of them. I like both of them. And I played all of the Like a Dragon games back to back, which is what I will do for the future Persona, right? I'm pandering basically now to ATLUS and SEGA, because the games I like, I can end up being this unintentional Persona toxicity. Because when someone asks me, hey, you like a Dragon games, where should I start? And my first thought is, oh no, incoming 8-hour data dump. Are you ready? We should sit down. You want to have dinner? Let's just like go out and have a 4-hour dinner where I explain to you all the ins and outs of Like a Dragon. Or alternatively, you could just say start with Yakuza 0 and see where it takes you. Or you can say, oh, maybe you should start with like the good games and then go to the bad games if you're like quote unquote, you know, the older games. Like start with Yakuza 0 because it's a gold standard, and then play like Yakuza 3, 4, 5 last, and then explain how 3, 4, 5 may not be all that important to understanding Kiwami 2 to the Yakuza 6 transition, which then transitions into Casca. Yeah, that is a data dump. That is unintentional, passionate toxicity. And that is the largest voice, one of the largest, like loudest, not like by number, but one of the loudest voice that's keeping P5X from getting a decent grade. Considering that gacha games are waifu simulators. They are waifu collectors. Those games are so niche that they're astoundingly positive, overwhelmingly positive, and consistently positive. Persona doesn't have that playing for it. They could have, as a gacha game, overrepresented specific characters, but the source material itself was true to its nature. They still continued to talk about the ugly side of humanity, human condition. They could have watered it down to the point where everything is sunshine and rainbows, because casual gaming requires coziness and escapism. It's a safe thing. Escapism and coziness and fun collectible things is a great form of, and a consistent form of, generating goodwill. But no, they didn't do that. It's funny because they even decide to incorporate like sweaty optimization things down here, and the gacha was really hardcore. I like their balance. They captured enough hardcoreness of Megami Tensei. It scratched my itch anyway, and it's probably only going to get more complicated. With every new successive Persona game, they can retroactively update P5X to account for some of these interesting ideas. So kudos to them. It's kind of a little disheartening that if you scroll through if you scroll through all the reviews, right? Like I looked at reviews and outlets and interviews. There's a division. You either get a 1 out of 10 because you hate gacha, right? You get a 5 out of 10 because you hate that it's not Persona 6. And then everyone else who's quiet is like, oh yeah, hey, I can spend time with this. It's better than the other gacha games. And then it's like, oh hey, maybe I should go play the other Persona games. And then gacha people are like, wow, it's not just another waifu collector. Right? And that's kind of a hot take. Hopefully I didn't step on too many foots here. I think yes, you can give this game a 5 out of 10. I'm not saying you can't. And say that P5R is a better game all around. Maybe even say like P5 is stretched too thin and you want Persona 6. Do that. It will still support, in my opinion, it will likely support ATLUS, SEGA. Fantastic. I don't think it's gonna dramatically change their gameplay because I don't think they like randomly paused Persona 6 for P5X. And they didn't randomly pause Persona 6 for like Tactica and Strikers, in my opinion. Like when it comes to development, they're doing all of the above. The idea, the hope is that you don't have to make a choice when you like a game series, and you don't have to play all of them. But emotionally, it can be very distraught when a game that bears a name and you've identified as the game series, that every time you talk about the game, it's like, oh yeah, I'm a Persona fan, except for P5X, because that's not a real Persona game. Or I'm a Persona fan, oh, except for Strikers and Tactica and all the other spin-offs, because those aren't real Persona games. That's fine. Right. You know what you like, you know what you're getting into. It's worth keeping, right? It's worth saying. And that's where I want to end this segment, right? I'm part of the 9 group. I'm definitely part of the 9 group. I'm actually hesitant to give it a 10, but when it comes to free-to-play games, what I'm going to do in the future, how I do it is I cover every major update. So in the future, right now, 1.1 is going to launch soon. So we're going to cover that. Tomorrow, all the episodes of the character arc, like Take Your Heart, something like that, character arc is going to be unlocked. So I'm just going to record for the sake of recording episode 1.1 all the way to 1.13. I think there are 13 episodes. And then we're going to watch the memory cutscenes, like the memory of Persona, the memory section that I was saving. I didn't want to watch it yet because I want to cover it with the character arc. And then there's a LeBlanc thing, the cafe thing. I'll just cover that by speaking, because it's more of a social life thing and you have to go through all. It's to give the homeliness. You get to talk to Ren, Ryuji, Morgana, and right? Off and on through your lifestyle thing. So those are the Persona 5 collab stuff. And then I'm going to cover every other next character arc. So there's a 1.1 coming up. And in the second half of July, I'm going to record again, a 1.2. And then it's off to August or September. There's going to be a 1.4, and then there's a 2.0. So this game's moving fast. They have 1 year of catch up, I guess, for the Japan and the global edition. And that's going fast. Usually you wait 3 or 4 months across like 2 seasons of stuff beforehand. And they already set the pace. They're doing monthly seasons. Monthly seasons within weekly challenges. So weekly challenges, monthly seasons, all the time is absurd. Maybe it's weekly challenges, monthly monthly trials, like things that are like Sea of Stars, Sea of Souls and stuff, and then bi-monthly character arcs, or even, and then tri-monthly. So like 3 months, every 3 months would be a major core update. That's probably the pace. I, again, as a disclaimer, I do play other live service games. I do the same approach for them. Whenever there's a story update for PSO2 NGS, I do that. Whenever there's a module update for Neverwinter Online, I do that. Hearthstone, there's none of the like the sentimental content thing. So occasionally I talk to people about Hearthstone. I play Hearthstone in the back. It's a session-based game, right? So I look forward to them convincing me to revisit a Persona game. All the stuff that's P5X, whatever is going to happen, I'm basically going to be talking about them while I play the Persona game retroactively, because it's all of the above. I look forward to them convincing me that Persona 4 Revival is awesome, because I don't think they can let that pass. There's going to be Persona 4 stuff before the Persona 4 Revival release, and there's got to be some promo stuff for Persona 6 to celebrate. To give you an example, on the P5X launch, it was very well around the same time that Naraka Bladepoint had Ren added as a character. That's what they're gonna do. And hear me out. Like a Dragon may feature a Persona character randomly in some way, shape, or form, probably in the future. That's kind of how Japanese preservation works now a lot of times. Crossovers. And it's crossovers within working partners, and ATLUS and SEGA are working partners. Street Fighter did it with SNK once again, right? Marvel is crossing over with like what'd you call it, Arc Systems Works, because they are trying to bring back like the potential for like MVC, that kind of thing. There's all sorts of collaborations, and this is not, in my opinion, new. I think the indie scene does this far more, right? And later this month, I'll be playing Dave the Diver, because again, I picked up Ichiban's Holiday, which is like a dragon related, but Mint Rocket is part of Nexon, and having working relationships between big corporations or like larger networks groups under larger networks present very interesting collaborations. So Persona 6 could look like a very different game in the future. Like maybe it will incorporate a non-turn-based mini game or something. Like a Dragon is doing that thing where it could take or incorporate their own flair or spin on Shin Megami Tensei, and like a Dragon, Persona could be inspired by some things Like a Dragon are doing. There are things in Like a Dragon that in Like a Dragon 9 would be really cool. It could be like sub-hybrid input. The whole idea of Kiryu breaking the turn-based aspect is chef's kiss. So, and then I have to do a shout out to the last project, which was last month, Clair Obscur. Oh, well, not last month, but the month before, Clair Obscur, right? They're doing things. There are a lot of things. I like to see collaborations with Clair Obscur, like just throw in a random character. It's cool. Fighting games do it quite often, but I like to see character collectors to have that, even within your own universe, right? What would the main protagonist say to the main protagonist of 3, 4, and 5? That's an interesting thought. With that said, there you have it. I am right here, right? Right here. It's a big 9 out of 10 for myself. But ultimately, whatever I choose to do, technically I would recommend trying out if you are someone like me. I'm unsolicited. This is unsolicited. I forgot to mention that. This is unsolicited. It's a free-to-play game as well, so there's no monetary investment. Most of the things I choose, when it's unsolicited, I like them already. I already buy into them. So if it sounds like I'm a little overly positive, despite seeing 5s out of 10s and stuff, it's because at the end of the day, I want to show you all the things that people say, and yet it doesn't necessarily impact my willingness to choose to spend my time to enjoy things I do. I haven't ever been in a situation where I'm solicited and incentivized to do something in which I may or may not like it. That might not stay true for the future, but up to this point, all my projects, I choose to do them because I'm already committed to them. So that's take it with a grain of salt. Most of my scores are variant. 7, it can vary, but I generally, that doesn't reflect how much I like them or what they stand for, right? In fact, enjoyment is not my main priority in playing video games. Understanding people's feelings and talking about this stuff is my greatest joy. Like understanding behavior models, business practices, mechanics, dissonance, decision making, and then showing that decision making and observation at the end and the beginning is my greatest reward. Playing the games are fantastic. They sometimes shock me, clear, obscure. Amazing. And P5X was no exception. I genuinely lost a lot of sleep the last 9 sessions, and it was nearly 9 days straight. I had to take one day off, one day, because Neverwinter is still in the mix. So these couple of days, they were long days. I still want this game to go faster. That's like the absurd part. Like I think I averaged 7 to 8 hours a day. So as a public disclaimer, right, like a disclaimer for those who are probably only going to see the game version, I spend on average 8 to 10 hours a day working on language learning, Japanese and Chinese, and then sprinkle in Spanish, but Spanish was paused as a flex for this. So it was fun. Oh, and there was a little like casual complaint, which I didn't cover, but casuals, depending on the region, people they like their games dubbed. ATLUS, mainline ATLUS games and mainline Like a Dragon games at least have dual dub. There was corners cut, right? So I like listening to Japanese because I'm learning Japanese at the moment, and it was fun trying to hear the Japanese and translate it at the same time. So for me, that was a joy, unexpected joy. But I like the Persona games because there are a lot of dialogue that's dual dubbed. The mainline series, of course, or the main production series. They're dual dubbed. They're also possibly available in both subtitles, right, and whatnot, but they're oftentimes, not all games have that benefit. Big games are allowed to be dual dubbed, dual title, triple dubbed, quadruple dubbed. Cyberpunk 2077, for example, has 8 plus languages, both dubbed and written interfaces. But that's awesome. For me, that was really cool. It's a non-issue, but for others, they kind of like being able to understand the language, and that's where the casualness comes in. And then Persona fans would be like, well, it's Japanese, that's what it should be. But guess what, all the characters are not Japanese. I'm just saying, in case you are curious, not all the characters are Japanese. And that's kind of what I really like about Persona games, because they take place in a place that allows for different things. Like Yaoling is not Japanese. So despite all of that, Like a Dragon games is my main squeeze to advertise my other activities. I like studying Japanese, you know, 日本語を勉強した right? And as well as 中文 you know, 我学习中文 every single day, right? So it might be possible in the future, I don't know, but there's not a demand for it, obviously. But seeing that ATLUS and SEGA are interacting with a Chinese publisher and developer, that breeds even more for the idea that they are constantly catering in those three regions along with English, right? English is the de franca, right? Lingua de franca. And for that, that's why I like a Dragon. It's every series, even the sidelines, like the Gaiden series, have three languages: Chinese, Japanese, and English. And I haven't even tried if I can easily toggle the interface, you know, the localization. But that's great. Just as a second highlight. Right. Anyways, that's a wrap for today. I'm glad to put a feather in the cap for this. For future, I won't be doing this type of thing. Maybe I'll do like a tentative take when 2.0, like after the end of 2.0, like a really big update. But for the future, I'll be streaming to cover when all the character arcs is accessible or when any other like major update. So 1.1, I'll play 1.1, record that, 1.2, then 1.4, then 2.0, and then any character arc in between. But I won't do this stuff. I do not believe my impressions and stuff, this narrative isn't going to change for another year or two. And then we'll revisit and see if any of this came true. You know, any of this rambling, maybe I'm way off the mark. That's what's fun about it. What I say is not facts. The only facts on this whole screen are the things in yellow, right? Because the yellow is what's in the game. Everything else is subject to change, is subject to opinions. It's neither bad or good. They are things I observe, and then the blue are things that I interpret, right? And then the others are mix of my interpretation and other people's interpretation. So hopefully I did not step on too many toes. I enjoy this game quite a lot. It is wonderful to have a game that I like, a game series that I like, and I don't have to throw people into the deep end. And fingers crossed that my closest friends like these games, right? You can have a primer. It's like, oh, hey, here's a way to sample the game. And if you don't like it, at least I'm not responsible for you to dedicate yourself to something and trying to force yourself to like it, right? I still have yet to find a way to get someone to try Like a Dragon series. Because if you're thinking Yakuza 0 is the obvious choice, that is not an investment. Like, that is deep end stuff. That is very deep end stuff. Because then what do you tell them when they reach Like a Dragon 7? Right? So, and if you want to be current while you're playing Yakuza 0, what are you going to do when Like a Dragon 9 comes out? That's kind of the tough one. P5X is like, okay, well, I don't want to have to. There are a lot of things about Persona 3 and Persona 4 and Persona 5, but in another 2 years or however long it is, play P5X. You'll get kind of a gist of a lot of things, and even no teasers and things. It'll be one of those things like learning a new language. You get to cursorily improve your vocabulary, touch on your grammar, learn some foundations, and then you'll discover the rest on your own due to liking the foundations. You use the language you have or the universe you've committed to and embellish the universe over time. It doesn't have to be in a specific order. It's a process. It's an adventure. You'll get to everything. If you truly like most things, right, about it, you'll get to all of them. So it doesn't matter where you start. Usually though, hardcore is less successful than leaning like softcore, right? If you're leaning into something, that's often a basis for not scaring someone off. You can still try to throw people in the deep end. Your mileage may vary. It's a human condition thing. I don't want to talk about that any more than I have to. Trial by fire, go for it. For myself, I'm very glad that I can at least say, do you think you would be interested in chilling with me on a Persona game? Try P5X first. The chances of you not embracing the P5X loop, maybe it can be related to gacha, which is what the argument of Persona fans are and the anti-gacha people are, where like the gacha is the reason why this game is misrepresented, and I disagree. It very much captures all of that, but the reason why it can be very obstructive is because the gacha complements the Persona game, so it's integrated pretty dang well, that if you hate gacha, it's hard to play the game without noticing the gacha, right? And that's why it's so good, in my opinion. They did it so well that it's hard to break the thing. So if you're a purist, it's gonna be a tough ride. Hi, should I prioritize building Persona for Wonder or Phantom Idols? Are you talking about like collecting resources? You will have a lot of resources for building Persona. Like the personas you're going to use, you get a lot of resources for building them inherently by completing. So collecting or hoarding Phantom Idol stuff, like all your contracts, are the basis of what you would focus on. Like you would build on that early on. I think if you complete the game in the base game, you'll have more than enough building resources for like 2 or 3 teams of Persona, and you'll really only need 2 sets of Persona, so 6 Personas, and the Phantom Idols will be whatever you like. It's the main flex. So I would say I would lean towards, like, if you have nothing to do with your stamina, like for Realm of Repression, collect things for your Phantom Idols. That includes like leveling up, you know, the pursuit of the alluring or breaking the level barrier, and then the gear forging stuff, and then go with it. I still found that as I dabbled in all of them, you end up having more than enough resources. Yeah, hopefully that helps. All right, folks, that's it. That's the end of my consecutive for P5X coverage. So now, from now on, I will cover every character arc after all the episodes are released. So it will be like mid-month, right? Because tomorrow, it goes right into tomorrow. Tomorrow is the release of the final episodes of the current character arc, and we're gonna record and watch and play all the character arcs, and then watch all the memories, because I just want to talk about and commentate about how cool P5R is, you know, P5 Royale, and I without actually knowing most of it. So then when I go and play it, I'll refer back to the stuff, and then I will be streaming though, maybe like however long it takes to complete all the major updates. So every point something update, or a 2 point something. Outside of that, I'm gonna resume my typical schedule. I language learn, right? I learn Japanese and Chinese using an SRS system for the day, and then the third slot, I'll probably be playing other video games and doing other language learning stuff. But when a major update comes in through, or a new character arc, which is like the new banner set, you'll probably see another stream. So another stream on them. Outside of that, I'm not daily driving this, so you're not gonna have me sit there and watch me try to do so. I do play the mini games over again though. I've currently have started FCing almost all of them, so maybe I'll showcase some of that later. Because rhythm game, OP. Okay, thank you for listening. If you're gonna watch this later, right? Arigatou gozaimasu. 谢谢, right? 谢谢. And I guess gracias, muchas gracias. And as always, feel free to follow along when there are updates or check out the other stuff. And pick up the game for yourself. It's free to play. And everything I said today, right? There you have it. And yeah, stop on by every once in a while. Tell me what your fun moments, or did you start playing Persona games after keeping up with P5X, or your disagreement, or why you chose. I'm always here. We're gonna chat. You can interrupt me during like the language learning things. I talk about video games all the time, and I'll relate it back. I'll even plug getting people to want to learn Japanese because they like Persona, because video games have convinced me to pick up learning another language. So there you have it. My self plug for everything that it is that I do now. I don't abandon, like, it's not compartmentalized. Everything is related to everything, at least on stream. So until then, stay safe, stay healthy, right? Gacha responsibly if you choose to do so. Keep FOMO at bay, right? And for all the people who are only interested in P5X coverage, I suppose, 皆さんまたね. And as well as 大家下次见. I'll see you guys on the next one. Take care now. Bye bye.